One second, we will just reorganize our. So we would like to invite Mrs. Ishenka to congratulate us probably a little to our first day here and say us some good words about our work and our future.
Доброго ранку, шановні колеги. Я буду розмовляти українською мовою.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I will speak Ukrainian. You know English, but unfortunately I don't speak it so well. So today is the competition. You are presenting our agrarian sector, our agricultural universities, and also from colleges. And we are very happy because we really hope that after the college, you will continue studies in the university and will decently present agricultural education. Why this is an English-speaking competition? I would like to thank our agro-political dialogue that gives us an opportunity to implement this, because you express your opinions. We evaluated and assessed your papers. We saw them. We saw where some of the opinions were yours and others were maybe plagiarized, which is not very good, because as people from the agrarian sector, you should see and you should understand that you should be open in expressing your opinions and your interests and your proposals. You should not be afraid to say what you think. Sometimes when we have meetings amongst students, has anyone taken part in those meetings that we have? From which universities were you? A guy from your university won a contest there, and he openly said and expressed his opinions. And when we went with APD in Kharkiv, we also expressed our opinions. This is always interesting. I want you all to be winners. I hope that this is just the first start for you, and I hope that you are not going to be afraid. And agricultural companies are really waiting for you because they want you to be English speaking. This is a big drawback of our education overall, that there's a lack of English or German or French speaking experts. So good luck to all of you. Big thanks to APD for this great opportunity that we can meet today and you could participate in this, and then we will see what the winner could expect.
Have a really interesting day. As Mrs. Ishenka has said, we wait for interesting presentation. We are really coming here to hear your opinion, to hear some interesting points in the discussion. We have many jury members today with us. I suppose it will be 10 people. Some of them, they are English speaking, so German speaking actually, but we will do it in English for them to make it possible to understand what you are talking about. So I hope it will work well. That's why you can hear that translation also is ongoing. It means when you will do your presentation, so I will be very pleased if you could read slowly and better for our translator to understand what you means, because they have to translate it for some jury members who will give you the marks in the end, and they have to understand better what you're talking about. So if you will talk very fast and without any, I don't know, any point that will be difficult for them to understand, it means that your marks will not be as well as it could be. So I hope you understand what I mean. Okay. How would we proceed? So first of all, I suppose that I have to present myself. My name is Maria Yaroshko. I work in German-Ukrainian agriculture policy dialogue as vice project leader. And today we have also our project leader with us, Mr. Volker Sasse, who will talk to you a little bit later. You can also see my colleagues with me, Evgenia, Luba, and Katerina. They will assist us during these 2 days. Should you have any problems, any questions, whatever, you can ask us. It's not a problem. We will do our best to help you to make your staying here as good as it could be. We are not now in we can't do it this year, as that was for 2 years probably in frame of this big gathering together for all the students for all Ukrainian universities. I suppose that you have attended this meeting once. Because of corona pandemic, we cannot organize such big events. Hopefully next year that would be something else, something different, but who knows? At least we don't want to miss this possibility this year, as that was last year, and do our best and give you the possibility to come here to Kyiv, to see something, I don't know, maybe to come together, to exchange a little bit your opinions, and also to participate in these 2 events today and tomorrow. So I hope that would be interesting for you. So now you know what we are. What we are doing, I suppose Mr. Sasse will tell you a little bit later. But before this, I would like to ask you to present yourself, probably a couple of words. What is your name? Where are you from? And maybe a couple of words. What is your general position in agriculture, your future plans? Really a couple of minutes. That would be nice just to know what you're doing in your life. Okay, so you have microphones on tables. You can take it and make one after another. Who would like to start? We are not at school, so take it easy. Who would like to start? I was the first. Who would like to be the second?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kristina Pavlenko-Didor, Odessa State Agriculture University. I can say have a good day for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's nice. So please, the next one.
Hello, my name is Nelia Kosenko. I'm from Lviv National Agrarian University, and I also wish you luck.
Okay, maybe you can say also the faculty you represent here.
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question? As I understand, Maria, today we have here participants for the agro-policy debate from tomorrow, as well as the participants in the essays on agriculture policy visions, right?
Exactly.
Maybe if you present yourself, please, just make a little note. You are participating in this or in that or in both of these competitions. So this would be nice for me. Okay, thank you.
Yes, please. Okay, so please, your faculty and what is your competition?
My faculty is agrotechnology and ecology, and my specialization is horticulture. Yeah, and I am here to present my
your paper. Yes?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kirill Kulinchenko. I'm from Dmitro Motorny Tavria State Agrotechnological University. I'm studying at Business and Economic Faculty, specialty accounting. And today I will show you my work. Thank you.
Thank you. So next one, please.
Hello. Hello, my name is Nadia. I'm from Uman. I study National University of Agriculture.
And you will present today your work to us as well. Okay? Yes? You're for paper competition today here. Just say yes. I know it. Okay, thank you. The next one. Oh, okay, if you want. We will come to you a little bit later. One second.
Okay. My name is Vlad. At the first, I can say hi, everyone. It's glad to greet. So at the moment, I study on third course specialization economy. So today I will present my college, Novokakhovsky Vocation College of Dmitro Motorny, Tavria State Agro-Technology University. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Nastia Yanyuk. I am from Uman National University of Horticulture, Specialty Finance, Banking and Insurance, Faculty of Economics and Entrepreneurship. Wish you lucky.
Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Natalia and I'm present Bila Tserkva National Agrarian University. I'm student of third course and my specialization, this is public administration. So I'm really close to agriculture sector from side of management and being like responsible for my actions for different manager sides. So this is my pleasure to be here and I wish all people, all students luck and successful days. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good everything to every day. I am Angelina Kozlan, a student of International Agrarian University, a faculty of Economic and Auditing.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Ola Volker. I am from Lviv National Agrarian University, Faculty of Land Management, specialization Geodesy and Land Management. There is my first time in Kyiv, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I hope for your support. So have a nice day.
Thank you very much. So I suppose we have already all participants of today papers competition, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we have today 9 participants for this first competition, 9 participants from 7 university or colleges. So that's very nice. I wish you luck. And I'm absolutely sure that you will represent your universities the best way you can. So just don't be afraid. Everything is okay. You have already seen that you can speak English. It's not a problem. I know that for many of you, probably this is the first experience with English. It's absolutely okay. That was the same with us a couple of years ago. So I'm also not speaking everyday English. Normally it's German, but okay, I will come with some German words. I'm sorry, but it's like a habit already. So I hope that today that will be not a problem for you to speak English. Just do it slowly and everything will be fine. So now we will come to a presentation of our next competition for tomorrow. That will be agri-policy debates. So participants could present you in Ukrainian if you want, or you can do it in English. That what was a point for you to be able to do it in English, because tomorrow we will do everything in Ukrainian. That's fine, that's okay. And today, as you wish, you can do it in English or in Ukrainian. So please.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Alexey Dekhterov. I'm from the National University of Life and Environmental Science of Ukraine. I'm present the faculty of the agrarian management, and I think it's a good chance to for everyone show his responsibilities and show his skills in this event. I want to say I'm really appreciate to be here, and I want to wish good luck for everyone. Be strong.
Thank you very much. The next one.
So hello everyone again. As everyone said before, my name is Alexander Rishkov, and I'm really glad to see everyone here. I'm from National University from Zhytomyr, and I'm here today just to watch, to see how people will speak, and tomorrow just take part in debates. So I wish you good luck today and tomorrow. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Taras. I am land manager and from Lviv National Agrarian University. Thanks.
Доброго дня, мене звати Дмитро.
My name is Dmitro. Hello everyone, my name is Dmitro. I'm a student of Technological College of Bila Tserkva National Agrarian University. I will participate in agrarian debates. So all of my co-competitors, I wish you all luck, and I hope we will work fine today.
My name is Roman.
Доброго дня.
I'm from Ilmans University, Agriculture University, and I hope to listen really reasonable works for different people. So good luck, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Hello, my name is Natalia. I'm from Odessa State Agrarian University, and I study in the on the accountant. I'm glad to see you.
Thank you very much.
Всім доброго дня. З міста Мелітополь.
Hello, I'm from Melitopol.
Представляю місто.
I am from Motorny University, engineering department. Wish you good luck. Thank you. I study at Sumy Agrarian University in my first year, law department. I am here at the agro-political debates to participate and want to see interesting thesis presentation, and I wish you all good luck.
My name is Marina. I study at the Kyiv State Agrarian and Economic University, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you very much.
Всім доброго.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrei Rapona from Mykolaiv National Agricultural University. I study management, and I wish everyone success in today's competition. Hello, I'm Nadia Demyanenko. I represent Technical College from Mykolaiv National University. I study at the Department of Agroeconomics, third year, and I wish you all good luck. I see we have all participants now. It's a great result. Today we have 13 participants of debates from 13 different universities and colleges of Ukraine. Today you have an opportunity to hear the first competition, and hopefully you'll be interested to participate next year as well. But you will have to do some work today. We have to form teams today, do some raffling, and see what topics we can pick for tomorrow's debates, see what teams will debate with which, and what pairs you can form. I hope that you've met each other before, because you went through the first stage of competition in your universities. If you have some questions regarding debates, feel free to approach us, and we will certainly tell you what it's all about. And perhaps during the lunch, perhaps we can do the raffling, and then you can discuss with your team members your positions for tomorrow and prepare. You can do it here or in Kyiv. It doesn't matter. This is quite normal that on the eve you create teams and pick topics, and you have one evening to revise. Should you have any questions regarding the second competition tomorrow, feel free to ask questions. It's important that you have all of your questions answered and are well prepared for tomorrow. Unfortunately, we can't do it in person, face-to-face as usual, but unfortunately, because of COVID-19 pandemic, it is great that yesterday Ukraine has moved to green area. it means today we can meet and discuss, and hopefully we will never have lockdowns in Ukraine, and next time we can simply have general competition. And your teachers, your friends, everyone who wants to support you can be present at this conference, at this competition. Today, we are open online. We have many of your friends who have logged in and who can observe and be with us today and tomorrow. We will certainly show the competition completely. We're totally open, and this way we will use time usefully, and both you and your benefits will benefit from
now
this.
I suppose that I could give the word to Mr. Sasse, who would like to invite you a little to the topic agriculture policy in Ukraine and tell you something maybe also about our project, because I have no represent us as it could be, as it should be, because we are the project who operates in Ukraine for already almost 15 years, and we have already gathered a lot of experience in this area. And also, if I'm not mistaken, today this would be the 5th or 6th time we have organized these debates, and the second competition, that would be the 4th time, if I'm not mistaken. So, but still, it's a good point. And so, Mr. Sasse, podium is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria. And first of all, I would say I'm very pleased and would like to welcome you to this important day. You are the representatives of the future of Ukrainian agriculture sector, I think, because you have taken the courage to participate in this competition, which is today in English. And it's not easy. I can understand you, and you are maybe a bit nervous and a bit, yes, feel not comfortable, but don't worry. I mean, the best would be to relax, to go into a informal dialogue with me in the beginning, and later on you will present your papers. Again, I'm glad that you are here, that you have taken the courage, and best regards from Germany. I'm currently in Berlin. On behalf of our ministry, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food, because our project is supported by this ministry, and as Maria said, we are working already since 2006 in Ukraine, and this is the 5th or 6th or 7th, yeah, I'm not sure, competition. Every year I see progress, and this is also, I think, important to see. Your English is improving, so the English of the participants is improving. The content of the papers is improving. I will come back to this later in a minute. First of all, thank you very much also to all our partners, mainly to Tatiana Demyanovna Ishchenko. She is for us a very, and the organization, the methodological center is a very important partner for us. And we are grateful that we have the opportunity to organize these kind of events in the facilities of your organization. Tatiana Demyanovna, thanks a lot. Spasibo большое, дякую. Yeah, I wanted also to say thank you very much to the members of the jury, because it will be a hard day to go through all these papers. You have read the papers, I read them also. So they are of different quality, different subjects, and partly not easy to go through all this complex task. Thank you very much for your efforts undertaken so far, and also being with us today. It's important to have this international experience and also Ukrainian experience with us in order to bring this day to a very successful end. As I said, today is just my opening presentation will be just a warm up. So I will give you a little bit of introduction of what we are doing, what is agriculture policy. I have prepared a few slides on some specific methodological approaches on agriculture policy. But yes, I will come back to this in a minute. I wanted to say 2 words about the 2 formats. As Maria already mentioned, we have today the competition on visions of young agriculture experts. The idea here was to give young, advanced, ambitious students, scientists, the opportunity to express themselves on important issues related to agriculture policy in English. So far, we haven't seen such a competition in Ukraine, and that's why we thought it would be good to support this type of competition, to give a floor, to give a kind of example, to give a kind of a pilot, so to speak, to others, also to follow this and to, by this way, to promote internationalization of education and science system of Ukraine. And the same is with the competition tomorrow, but more explicitly, the idea there was to train you a bit in policy debates in terms of how to behave in such policy debates. Sometimes when we are opening TV and we are watching policy debates, they are very rough and partly not very evidence-based, a lot of emotions, and by this, they are partly not very focused. And that's why we thought it would be good to organize also a kind of a policy debate on agriculture policy issues, and to train us together with you, I mean you, to learn a style of behavior in policy debates which brings a result-oriented debate. And this is the aim of the event which will take place tomorrow. Unfortunately, yes, as Maria said, I would also have been preferred to go in analog contact with you, to be there. It's impossible by other reasons. I have here some commitments in Germany, but I congratulate Maria and the team to be so precise in timing that now we are in the green phase of Corona restrictions, and we have the opportunity to more easily even to organize this event. So thank you also to our team who has prepared this important event. I read the papers, and I should say just from the beginning, very good papers, very complex subjects, very different subjects. Partly, I have to admit that we have been looking for more structure, but we know that you are also under the guidance of your teachers at your universities. And from there, you are getting also some directions on how to present these papers. For the future, I would again invite you to go more closely to the structure of what we have prepared, because this is the structure of how to open, how to get an approach to a certain policy issue, and how to present then possible potential solutions on it. Partly this was not done this time, but this is not a big criticism. Feel free, we will go through the papers today, you will present them, and jury members will make their comments. With this, I would go, yes, to my presentation. I have called it Agriculture Policy Challenges in Ukraine. My name is Volker Sasse, I'm the project leader. We had already an introductory roundtable, thanks to Maria. I will say a few words about the APD project, why Germany invests money in capacity building. A second part will address what is agriculture policy about. And I will also talk about selected challenges based on our fact sheets. It's a publication of APD. And maybe if we have the time, then also on about modern tools for policy decision making. We have been working on a model which is called AgMedMod, and this model is used to model and present scenarios on certain policy assumptions, what will happen in the sector. And this is all policy about. We have an issue, we have to see what can we do on this issue with policy instruments and institutions, and what might be the outcome. And if we know what might be the outcome, then we can be more confident in what we should undertake in terms of policy in order to approve a certain deficit, a certain need, a certain problem, a certain issue, challenge. Next, please. Just one view on the map. So Ukraine in the middle of Europe, in between the West and the East, which causes certainly some special and complex challenges. On the one side, challenges in terms of policy interests, but on the other side, also in terms of opportunities in terms of markets, because Ukraine has an excellent location between the eastern markets in Russia. So for the moment, there is a problem with this, but then also to the west, to the European Union, and also to Near East. So all around are the markets. All of them need products from Ukraine. Next, please. This was thought about to present yourself, where you're from. I will skip this. Next, please. Now, a few words about the our project. Project is financed since 2006 by the German Federal Ministry for Agriculture and Food. And the objective is to advise Ukrainian policymakers on agriculture policies. That means institutions and instruments. I will come back to that. These two terms, institution and instruments, I will come back later. The base are German or international experiences. And the idea is to enable Ukrainian policy decision makers in terms of making good, successful policy regulations, which brings forward the agriculture sector of Ukraine. What are we doing in order to give you a kind of an impression on that? We are providing analysis, papers, reports by German experts. We are organizing study tours. We are providing advisory services, for example, with seminars, with commenting on draft laws, with events like today. It's a part of our project work, right? Support to the implementation, then also with kind of, let's say, the idea we had pilot cooperatives, national forest inventory we are currently preparing with the help of Ukrainian experts, and so on and so on. So these are our project tools. Next, please. A few words about the priorities of our project. The first one is on rural development through cooperation and agriculture support systems, reform of agriculture administration and decentralization. You know the situation in Ukraine. We had a ministry on agriculture policy 2 years ago. Then it was implemented, integrated to the Ministry of Economics. Now it goes back as a separate ministry. You can imagine the challenges in front of the new minister, in front of the staff of the ministry. And we are trying, for example, to help in this aspect. Another priority is the modernization of higher education and research systems. Here we are with you together. We are promoting English-speaking internationalization of education systems and science. This is a part of this priority. And the fourth one is development of service-oriented civil society organizations. This is mainly related to business associations. We have different components. I will skip this because we have not much time. I'm watching already. Okay, let's go. Next one. So why are we here? Why German government provides money to Ukraine in terms of capacity building? Next, please. I'm not sure. Yes, we have, of course, certain interests, and they are in, for example, climate change issues, in overcoming hunger in the world, of course, in getting good trade relations with Ukraine, because we have something to sell to Ukraine, and Ukraine has something to sell to us. and I will come back to that later, free markets are the base of success in economic terms. One of the base of all what we are doing over the last since 14, about 7 years already, since 2014. And later on then was this agreement, the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, and the special free trade agreement between the European Union and Ukraine. As you know, the association agreement was signed in June 2014, and it was seen as Mr. Poroshenko at that time said, first but most decisive step towards the EU membership, and that's right. And since that time, we have seen a lot of reforms in agriculture policy, in legislations towards EU standards. Big steps forwards. And at the same time, also big developments in market, in production, for example, of grain, in exports of agriculture commodities. So I will come back to that later with figures, but the progress is visible for sure. And then a few words on the Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement. On the one side, the instant lifting of most trade barriers for Ukraine exporters. The enforcement was then on the 1st January 2016, and you will see this in the figures later on. Since that time, how developed trade. We have still sanitary and phytosanitary requirements, tariff-free quota for exports from Ukraine to the European Union. But still, the export opportunities have grown tremendously since the implementation of this free trade agreement. Next. Now, let me say a few words about where we are and what we are doing when we are talking about policy institutions and instruments on agriculture. Next. First of all, our main subject when we are talking about agriculture policy is the economy of the agriculture sector. And this is in terms of what? In terms of production, in terms of the deepening of the processing level, in terms of exports and imports, in terms of domestic consumption, in terms of tax income for the state, and many, many others. There are also aspects related to social stability, to climate change issues, and so on, if they are related then to agriculture production. So this is where we are. And if there are needs, deficits, then is the task of agriculture policy to react on these deficits if they are of such importance to act. Next, please. So first of all, we have to consider, when we are talking about agriculture policy, about the economic framework. We are not living alone in this world with our agriculture. We have economic conditions around us. For example, the currency exchange rate has a tremendous impact on our production and exports, mostly on the import of input materials like fertilizers, for example, or machinery. GDP in general, what is the overall economic situation? Are we in slowing down, or are we in a boosting phase of the economy? Inflation rate is an important subject. Credit rates, as you know, we are quite high in credit rates. Some of you have addressed even this subject in your papers, so we will come back to that and see what you are thinking about it. Production costs, wages, also we have general regulations in social security aspects, which are not related to agriculture policy, but to general economic regulations. And finally, of course, the investment situation. And I will come back to that when I'm talking about general policies. Next, please. So this is the economic framework. And now I'm talking a little bit about first steps into agriculture policy. For example, the reform of the ministry will have an impact, of course, of the economic situation in the agriculture sector. The lifting of the moratorium on land sales will have an impact on the agriculture sector. Subsidy programs, are they expanded? Are they shrinking? In all these situations, we will have an impact on the sector. Development of special VAT regimes, the establishment of cooperatives. Are we getting success there or not success there? Because this increases then the effectiveness and the productivity of agriculture, for example. So these are special agriculture policy issues, and they have an impact on the agriculture sector and the economy there. Next, please. But very important are the general policies. And most important, I would say, is the reliability of the system of justice. I have mentioned here some other aspects of general policies. For example, the relation with the European Union, social, environment, and fiscal policies, the volatility of legislation, but again, justice and the court system. Corruption is a subject here, transparency and efficiency of governance. All these are related to general policies. And now I would like to show you the impact of the sector. Next, please. On the one side, we, with the agriculture policy, are integrated in the system of general policies. Next, please. At the same time, of course, the overall economic system has also an impact from the general policies. When the system of justice is working efficiently, we will see much more investments in Ukraine, for example, just to give you an example. Next, please. Also, our agricultural policies will have an impact for sure on the agriculture sector. That's what we are talking about. That's what we are here. We want to make improvements in agriculture policy with the thinking that by this we can boost economic development of the agriculture sector. But most important, and now comes the last one, the last narrow, please. Most important, I see, is the impact from general policies on the economic framework on the agriculture sector. So you see, I have the narrows put a little bit smaller with regard to agriculture policy. In all our discussions, we are every time coming back and underlining the importance of general policies. If we are progressing there, we think that we will have much more important and significant impact, positive impact on the agriculture sector. With this slide, I just wanted to draw your attention. Agricultural policy is nothing, just so to speak, in a kind of a box. It's related to everything, and we should not lose from our mind, from our views, this interrelations between the economic sector by itself, the economic issues from agricultural policy at the one side, from the economic framework on the other side, but most important, from general policies of a country, in this case, in Ukraine. Next, please. If you allow, maybe some of you might have seen this curve. Is somebody there who would say a few words? You have seen it, not seen it? Any hands?
Have you already seen it? Do you know what is this? At least who is economist should have already seen it. Yes?
Okay, it's just what is this about? Tell me, please. Okay, and tell me your name again.
What is your idea? What is this about? Or for what is this? It's dependence. Mm-hmm.
Yes. What's your name? Sorry, can you? Nobody has taken up. Okay.
Ola.
Ola. Okay, Ola. Yes, this is one of the basics on economics in all terms, not in agriculture economics, but in all terms in economics. This are the curves on supply and demand. And this is all about, if we have free markets, how a price is established. This is by supply. And if you are moving up the supply, then the price goes down, says this curve. And if you are increasing demand, then the price goes up. As easy or as complex as it is, it happens every day when you are going to a coffee shop and you are paying, let's say, 20 hryvnia for a coffee, then all this is related to this curve. Behind this is a system of behavior of people in a free market. When the supplier of the coffee says, I wanted 30 hryvnia, and then he feels, oh, they are not buying my coffee because it's too expensive. And you will not be able to, or not willing to pay 30 hryvnia. So he is forced then to lower down the price. Otherwise, if people are standing in a line ready to pay 40 hryvnia, he would be a fool not to make the price on, let's say, 30 or even 40 hryvnia. So all this is the basic, and when you are going into economic analysis, you should know about this curve. But please let me just ask, who has seen this? Just raise your hands. Is it possible? Have you seen this somewhere, sometimes? No hands. To me, the picture is a bit small. Maria, no hands, yes?
Yes, we have a lot.
Lot hands, okay. How many? Can you tell me? Because it's too small for me, the picture now. I cannot see it. How many hands? About?
Probably 10.
Okay, good. Okay, very good. So that's good to follow up, please. Next,
And
please.
we have to admit, we are not the economists here. We have a lot of other different topics and different specializations. So it's a good point.
Yes, I think so. Yes, please. Next. Yes, some basics on market economy and market analysis. Of course, we are assuming with this curve on free markets. If you are talking about centralized economies, like in former socialist time, then this is not working, because there are people sitting in Berlin, former times in GDR or former times in Moscow, and thinking about prices and thinking about production figures and so on and so on. This is not a free market. A free market is supply and demand driven, as I have shown in the curves, right? A very important part of this market economy is the right of contracts. The right of contract means one part is presenting you something and you have a need to get this, to buy this, and you are getting into a contract. And first in a negotiation and then in a contract. And even buying a coffee pot in a coffee shop is a kind of a contract. You see the price, you are ready to make the payment. You make the payment and the coffee supplier is giving you the coffee. So the contract is ready. That was it. That's the contract. And it's important to keep these rights secured by the state. If the supplier is giving you, instead of coffee, water, then the contract is not executed as it was seen, because in his announcement he has shown coffee and not water. And that's why it's very important in a free market economy that you have the freedom to make any contract with anybody on any good, and that this contract is executed and supported by the justice system, which is not every time the case. With the coffee, it's easy, right? But when it goes about, let's say, international gas transitions, exports, even in agriculture. So it's not very often, I would say, but there are important cases when these contracts are not executed in the right way. And then you go to the justice system and you want to get your right, and maybe you will not get it. And then you are losing trust in the market economy, and then you are not investing. So all this is a kind of a chain of thinking by the actors, by the participants in the market system. The major state functions in this is to ensure sustainable execution of these contracts. If you see in some countries maybe monopolism, so you are getting big players which can dictate the prices. So we have a demand, but you cannot select anymore between different prices. Then the market economy is down. It's not working. So one of the major functions of the state is avoid monopolism. To ensure the standards of these goods. So if you get a coffee, it should be a coffee and not brown hot water. There should be caffeine and coffee and so on and so on. So all this, or if you buy a sausage, and it should be really inside what is written there. So it's very important that the state guarantees the quality of the goods by standards. And then there are other factors like social security, protection of natural resources. If nobody is thinking about natural resources, then maybe in 5-6 years, some of the natural resources are out and the system is not running anymore. So this is a very important also function of the state in this sense. Okay, next please. On the other side, the state institutions and the state system has to limit interventions to the needs. So it's every time the question when the state should intervene and by what reason and for what. But let's take this as example of the land moratorium in Ukraine. I'm sure you are all aware about the current situation. I just wanted to ask Evgenia, please. I will now ask the participants, and we will trying to you in a kind of a discussion to fulfill a few points. What do you think? What are the needs? Why we are lifting the land moratorium in Ukraine? Question to you, please.
So you want me to read it on the...
Later on, yes. I was just listening what they are saying, and then maybe Evgenia can put this there.
It's not Evgenia, it's Katerina, but okay.
It's okay.
So your ideas. What is the need of lifting moratorium? So I hope you know that we have moratorium now and had it for a lot of time. So what is the point? Why do you think? All ideas are welcomed. You have your microphone, so please take it.
Sorry. So my name is Alexander. I will tell it once more time. I think moratorium should be closed because people cannot use their land properly. They cannot sell it. And if Ukraine want to create a free market, this moratorium shouldn't exist at all.
So for creating a free market.
What about foreign people who want to buy land of Ukraine? It's very dangerous, I think, and we can't know who is the people, who is the beneficiary people, and it's so dangerous, I think. What about it?
We are not starting debates yet.
Yeah.
We start again now.
As Volker Sasse said, state should control, and the state choose who can buy, sell. That's all.
So probably we can just write the point, the role of foreign investors in this area, role of the foreign investors. Who wants to say something else?
I'm sorry, can I one? But there are in this time in Ukraine, there are very different ways to create to create company or different organization with foreign owners that we can't control without we don't know who is this beneficiary. I think it's very dangerous.
Yes, we got this. It's a good idea. Yes, let's go ahead.
So that would be interesting if tomorrow we will have a topic of land market. I have already admitted.
Christina, Odessa State Agriculture University. I agree with Alexander, but I can say we must do other conditions because it's very fast to Ukraine, and now our conditions is not good for.
Can I give you a bit a leading of the discussion? You know, you are talking already about the instruments to be used to lift the moratorium. You are talking about, let's say, the danger of international interests coming to Ukraine, I've heard, right? For me, it's more important to listen to you and to think about why are we now thinking to open the market? Okay, I leave this argument for creating free market. Fine, let's put it like that. But the free market is not by its own a target. What goes wrong in the sector where we should think about to lift the moratorium?
So probably what could be improved?
Yes, exactly. Where are the deficits? What are we expecting? Are we expecting, for example, increasing productivity and by that increasing production? Are we thinking about improving certain production conditions, for example? What do you think?
Alexei, I'm present the National University of Life and Environmental Science, and I want to say that we already have land market, but it's a shadow market, and this is a big problem for our country, for our government, because we cannot take some taxes from this operation.
Very good.
We cannot use the value of the land for the credits for the for our own possibilities, maybe, because we can take credit from the bank and build some elevator, not elevator, grain elevator. Yeah.
Okay, let's just.
So maybe then we can write transparency of land market and taxation.
Yes, increasing tax income for the state, we should write maybe.
Taxation.
No, not taxation, increasing tax income for the state. This is exactly a point. We want to bring them out from the shadow economy in order to increase tax income for the state. If I would be the prime minister, I would say, yes, my good friends from the agriculture policy sector, this is a good idea. We should go in this direction. The second idea was about the credits, the interest rates, and the using as a collateral for credits, right? Yes, we can put this there, but is the sector from this point somehow you are promoting the banking system because they would enlarge their business. And maybe in certain sense, we would improve also the investment climate because the farmers can improve their financial status, and by that they can buy maybe other machinery and improve their productivity again. So we are talking about, finally, I think about productivity, isn't it? We want to increase the productivity of the sector. And then comes the second question. Can you put it there? Increase productivity. Katja? Katja, hello. Do you hear me?
Katja is here, she's waiting.
Okay, increase productivity, please put there. Increase productivity. No, by that can, of course, production finally via investments. The first one we put there, via investments. Increase productivity via investments. Via investments. Because we can get credits due to the collaterals put on the soils. At least that's the idea. Okay, if this will be executed, is another point. Increase productivity. via investments. Okay, where can we expect that this will happen? Do you think about the big agriculture holdings, which are already on a high level of productivity and machinery and investments because they feel strong in this country? Would you see that they are the major target for that? Would they increase productivity? Or who would increase productivity?
I think that productivity will increase by small farmers. They will buy amount of land, some amount of land, and they can also not just to grow plants, they will also develop
livestock.
What?
Livestock.
Livestock, yeah, of course, and it will be agriculture sector will be more balanced, and of course the productivity will rise.
Okay, very good. Let's put there increased productivity of small producers.
And we don't should forget about cooperation of small farmer. So it's a future, I think, because cooperation, like is cooperation small farmer, like in United States, it's very productivity in different markets. So we can create diversification markets in different parts of the world. For example, in Europe or in Asia or Africa, it's very perspective in Ukraine in the future, I think. So
Okay.
it's cooperation is our future, I think.
Yeah, cooperation is our future, but cooperation is a little bit a different policy subject. Maybe the state should think about how to promote cooperation. But here we are talking about the land market, buying, selling. So if the question is, what will improve from the opportunity to have a land market? I think cooperation is an important subject, as you say. There are many other important subjects we can think about, but here it goes about what are the needs, the deficits we would like to improve by the land market, not by cooperation this time, okay? But what about the natural resources? Wouldn't you see even, or especially by the big agro holdings with their big machinery, some deficits in terms of natural resources?
Maybe before you answer, I would just ask the other participants, could you follow us a little in Ukrainian as well? All the Ukrainian ideas, or all ideas in Ukrainian are also welcome. You can say something if you want. I hope you understand what we are talking about. Ви розумієте, про що ми говоримо зараз англійською?
Those who are listening to translation can follow our discussion and understand what we're discussing here. So, but you don't have to express it in English. Please feel free to speak Ukrainian and you will get interpreted into English.
Yes.
So please be more active, participate in our discussion, and it doesn't matter what language you speak, English or Ukrainian.
Mr. Sasse will come back to your question. Yes? Are you with us?
I am here. I just drink from my bottle. Sorry to close down my egg. I am here, of course.
I'm sorry, can I ask, Mr. Sasse? We say about, I'm trying again, sorry. We say about small cooperation. It's, I think it's a very, big problem. So because I imagine one small farmer can't buy land for great good productivity. We have different small farmer, for example, 5 or 6 that create one unit. We create one corporation, and they have these corporations, they will have more resources for buying more land, so it's increase the chance in a national market, I think.
But we got this idea, sorry to say, we have talked about cooperation. I think I started a new discussion with regard to the natural resources. Let's say we have for the moment small or not very long-term, but short-term contracts on renting the land. What would you think if I am the owner of an agro holding? I would be interested in sustainable development of my soils. For me, I'm thinking about the next 5 years, isn't it? So when we are talking about ownership, I would assume that the owner has a much different relation to his land than a renter. And if we are talking about this big machinery, which is used by agro holdings with their high productivity and industrialized approaches, of course they are, how it's in English, they are making pressure on the soils, which is not good for the micro climate in the soil and is damaging the soil finally. I hope you are aware about this situation. And I would say, I hope you agree, but I'm listening to your arguments. I would say that a long-term relation, if I'm the owner, I would have another interrelation to my land than a renter. The renter is, it's like you are using a car which you are renting. You know, you take it, you make a little bit dirty there, you make a little accident here. It's not your car, right? But if it's your own car, you are going into much different relation with your own car, isn't it?
Sorry, can I add? Yeah, I agree with you that if you own your land, you will take care about it. But there is a problem with agro holdings that the land is not eternal, and will owners of the land sell the land to corporations or to the just farmers, or they will give this as a rent for agro holdings? That is the question.
For the moment, they are renting, right? And a renter, my point was, a renter is not so interested in long-term quality of his production resources as an owner. This is my point, and I would recommend to put there, for example, the improving of soil conditions on agricultural land. Can you put it there, Katja?
Maybe in this term, we can also think about irrigation and melioration. So I hope you all have already heard that this is one of the major points of our new ministry, what is bound to irrigation, especially in south of Ukraine, especially in terms of drought. We have seen a couple of years already, and this might be also discussed in which condition will agri holdings or even small farmers willing and will be able to invest a lot of money in irrigational systems. And this is not only about the irrigation, but maybe irrigation is one of the best examples in this area. So maybe your ideas. Ви мене розумієте? Ви так дивитесь?
I hope you heard that the newly created ministry, one of its priorities is to renew the system of melioration, especially in southern parts of Ukraine. This is to do with droughts over the past several years, which has led to the loss of harvest. Now, think about this. Under what conditions both small and large companies would be interested in investing quite a lot of money, and if I'm not mistaken, it's 5,000 to 10,000 euro per 1 hectare to make sure that melioration system works well. So it's quite a large investment. Under what conditions would they be prepared to do these investments? In my opinion, we have all opportunities to make sure that small entrepreneurs could help each other and unite. If one of the entrepreneurs could purchase equipment to chase away hail clouds, the other might contribute by providing equipment, machinery. And then a third entrepreneur might help by providing water if his neighbor is short of water. Ukrainians, you see, have this tradition of helping out each other, and that will create more confidence among the small farmers, and this will give them confidence that they can survive along the large holding companies. Thank you for your opinion. Indeed, I hope it comes true. And indeed, this is a great idea as far as chasing the hail clouds away. And if entrepreneurs could do that, that's quite realistic.
Okay. I think we had a nice discussion, if you may intervene here on this stage. I would like to go ahead. It was very good to listen to you, your opinions on it. And by this, I hope you got a little bit of feeling of how we want to run this exercise in the future or in today, the whole day. Feel free and also interrupt me if you have there a question and saying, no, Mr. Sasse, this is wrong, I don't agree, or why is it like you say? So please feel free and come up with your points. This was a good exercise. Thank you very much. I go ahead with my presentation because I see I have another 15 minutes and I should finish. Okay, next slide, please. As I said, the framework, the economic framework has an importance for the sector. Here we see that since 2014, the currency exchange rate has much changed in Ukraine. You know about this by yourself. You have seen this certainly, although in relations to the euro to the US dollar, the change was not as tremendous, but all of this has impact on the agriculture sector. Next, please. And also here, the trade balance, I mean, this goes simply up to 2018, but I think in 2019 and 2020, even further, the trade balance of Ukraine has not much improved. And this is, of course, a big issue. If the general trade balance of Ukraine is as it is, and we are exporting mainly commodities, not only in agriculture, but in general, then, of course, we have a problem in increasing our GDP and increasing it per capita. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, let's say a few words about what are the stakeholders in the agriculture policy system. Well, first of all, in the middle, as I said already before, is the agriculture sector, and the major representatives there are the farmers, the entrepreneurs. They are doing the business. And they are doing what we are targeting for by agriculture policy. We want them to enable doing best in order to increase the impact of the agriculture sector to the general welfare of the country, right? But there are other stakeholders. Or first the question, what do you think? What are their major interests? Farmers, what they want. Without microphone, Maria, you can just tell me what you listen.
Okay, so your ideas. Would you be the farmer? What would be your major idea? What would you like to have to get profit?
Yes,
Profit.
please, go ahead, next.
Ще ідеї?
Katja, please, next. Katja, hello.
Katya is coming, Katya is coming.
Back again, back, please. Back. Okay.
Where to write?
No, it's nothing to write. Go back, please, to the presentation.
Okay, go back to the presentation. So we have one point, it's profit. Something else? Stability of business in general?
I think it's enough. Please, next. What? Farmers are interested in their profits. I think this is enough for my discussion, okay? Now, the other stakeholders there are, please, next. For example, NGOs. Especially in Europe, we see a lot of organizations with their interests, for example, in environmental issues also. Next, please. So protection of environment is an interest of another stakeholder with influence on agriculture. Next, please. We have the parliament. What would you think the representatives of the Committee on Agriculture and Land in the parliament, what are their interests? Any words from the floor?
Yes, please.
Taxes. The main parliament need taxes of our incoming money, profits.
Okay, yes. Good point. Yes, good point. Next, please. Mainly there should be interested in general welfare. So everything what they are doing should fit into a system of general welfare. They want to increase the welfare of the country, I would say. But taxes is one aspect of reaching this welfare, right? If you have tax money there, we can build up the infrastructure, we can build up the education system, we can build up the medical system, and so on and so on. So your answer was quite right. Next, please. And then we have the employees who are working for the farmers. What do you think, what are their interests? Yes, please, go ahead. Next, please. Katja? Wages, salaries, right. They want to earn money as much as possible. And also here is a market, as our, let's say, as the basics are telling us, the same market as for goods is a market for labor. So the employees are presenting their good, the labor, to the entrepreneur, and the entrepreneur is paying whatever they are ready to pay. And here we are getting a wage level, which is also by other regulations by the state influenced, and from there we are getting the wage. But mainly the employees want to increase their wages. Next, please. The research community, what are their interests? What do you think?
External internal environments, research in this area, yes. So doing research in different markets, internal, so Binnenmarkt, external market, some other areas.
Yeah.
Okay, and research on the needs of people who would like to buy the agriculture products.
Yes, okay, next please. What are we thinking there? They first of all want to get scientific recognition, because from there they are getting the budget, right? And the budget is coming from the state mainly. maybe also some third sources, but mainly from the state. And if their scientific recognition is high, then they are getting more funds. And finally, we have another stakeholder, I think, there. Next, please. The government. Yeah, I mean, what the government wants, they want to keep quiet and no problems, and everything is running well, more or less like this. Okay, what next, please? What I have put there for interest. Governments smoothing. Yes, this is the target of agriculture policy, for example, smoothing the interest for common welfare. And of course, to increase the state budget, as it was already said. So the government is the major policy player in this picture. As you can see, they have the execution power. They have partly, together with the parliament, the legislation power. And as you can see, all these interests are diverse. They are not all in the same direction. And this is a part of policy. Policy is therefore to smooth the different interests, to find compromises in between all these different interests, and to move the general society ahead into the direction of general welfare. Next, please. And what we have in agriculture policy available, on the one hand, we have instruments. What are instruments? Instruments are laws, acts, other regulations. So we can put a law forward, and everybody has to consider this law because of our execution systems. We have a controlling system, we have a monitoring system there, we have an inspection, we go down, we are collecting statistics, we are watching what's going on. This is the execution system. And on the base of our analysis, we are thinking about to change the policy rules, the regulations, and to invent and to elaborate a new instrument. One thing, and the second one, next please, are the institutions. So agriculture policy and all policy consists out of two major consistencies. The one are the instruments, and the other are the institutions for execution. This is a system of central, regional, and local administration. So it's not only the ministry. We have in all oblasts of Ukraine, there are agriculture administrations with their tasks, with their subsidy programs, for example. And again, on the lowest level now, on the united communities, again, they have also their task to watch what's going on with the agricultural land, what they got, what's going on with agriculture production, what's going on with processing, how can we improve tax income on the lowest level also, on the local level, on this level of united communities. So institutions, we need staff, we need policymakers in these institutions which can and are able to elaborate instruments and finally execute these instruments. So I wanted to draw your attention. We have many stakeholders, go back. We have many stakeholders with different interests. Policy is therefore to smooth, to find compromises. And we have two consistent parts of policy. These are the instruments and the institutions. Next, please. Okay, next, please. This is about the current situation on GDP per capita. In 2019, it was about $2,300 per capita. And if you look around, Belarus is better, Romania is better, Russia is better. So the situation is not really in rosa colors. There is a lot to do. GDP is not related just only to agriculture, but to the general economy, and agriculture is a part of it. But as you can see, we are far behind, and there are a lot of potentials for Ukraine, and I'm sure they can be made available, these potentials. It's just a question about how. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. I think I will overjump this. This is a very complex slide. You can see it in my presentation. the ownership and uses of agricultural land in Ukraine. As you know, we have 41.5 million hectare agricultural land, out of which nearly 50% is rented out. And this is a huge transaction effort and costs to create these renting contracts, to monitor these renting contracts, to make the payments to the owners, and so on and so on. And also you could see on this slide that there are many small producers who has very small plots, and you can understand that on a plot of ownership of 2, 3, or 5 hectares, it's impossible to make efficient agricultural production. And therefore, as we talked earlier, it's important to lift the moratorium, to make, let's say, bigger plots to earn the effects of large-scale economy. Next, please. Okay, a few slides on 5 minutes, maybe. Maria, if you allow me to overdraft a bit.
Okay.
Next, please. Next, please. Go back. Yes. As I said earlier, you remember when I have introduced you to the association agreement and to the deep and comprehensive trade agreement, that we have expected that time effects on the trade. And in this slide, you can indeed see this is agriculture trade of Germany with Ukraine. So the imports are imports here from Ukraine. And you can see that imports have grown up tremendously, nearly 5 times since 2015, whereas the exports have also increased since that time, but not even reached former levels of 2012 or 2011. So for Ukraine, the association agreement and the free trade agreement has a tremendous effect. And this is only with Germany, it's not with the European Union. If you go this with the European Union, it's much more tremendous. So the effect is very positive. Next, please. Agriculture trade of Germany with Ukraine, these are the exports. And as you can see, we are exporting a lot of products, food products, and not many of commodities to Ukraine, which is the good part of the story. And now comes the bad part of the story. Next slide. These are the imports. So what we are importing, we are mainly importing agricultural commodities. This is, of course, bad for Ukraine, because it would be better if in Ukraine we would have a processing of these products and then an export of these products, among them maybe to Germany. But here it comes back then to the question of how reliable are investments in processing, because investments in processing are demanding more time for investment returns than in, let's say, crop production. And by this reason, not so many investors are currently ready to invest in Ukraine, unfortunately. That's why we are talking every time about framework conditions for investments. And they are not so much in agriculture, but more in the general policy system, as I have talked earlier. So you can see it on figures. Where are the problems? And please reflect then together with us on the ways and potentials and the opportunities on how to make use out of these potentials, which are certainly available in Ukraine. Next, please. Some slides on productivity development in Germany and in Ukraine. Here you can see the above line in blue is the yield of wheat in Germany, and below you can see a permanent increase of the yield of wheat in Ukraine. Still, there is a gap of about 2 tons per hectare, but the most important message from this slide is we see a convergency. So we see an coming together of these 2 lines because of knowledge transfer, I guess, and modern machinery imports and modern input materials, seeds and fertilizers, and so on in wheat production. And from there, we see increase of yield. And the gap is getting smaller. Next, please. And in sunflower, it's even more impressive. In some years, of course, this is depending also on weather conditions and on many other conditions. So you can also watch these lines as a trend for a long time. But as we see also here, coming together of these two lines, and even over the last years, but this might be accidentally and by weather reasons caused, that we have the yield higher in Ukraine than in Germany. Some figures on the share of organic production. Certainly Germany is ahead with about 11% of agriculture land under organic production. In Ukraine, it's about 1.5% currently, but the boost in this sector is tremendous. So if I would put this lower line into another scaling on the axis, you could see that this is above all other developments in terms of conservative agriculture production. The growth rates are much higher in organic production. Unfortunately, so far it's used not in Ukraine, the products, but mainly for exports. But I think also in the future, I think organic production has the potential not only on international markets, but also on domestic markets. Next, please. And I think this is nearly already the last one, but a very impressive one here. You can see the consumption of agriculture products on certain categories. For example, you can see here meat as the difference between Ukraine and Germany. Nearly 100 kilogram in Germany, about 50 kilogram in Ukraine. But you can see also the increase in Ukraine if you compare 2000 with 2019, 20 years difference, and you can see the development. You can see this on fruits and vegetables and also on other products, but I think this is one of the most interesting one if you look on meat. Please, the next. So I think I will skip here. If you have further on interests of this specific tool, modeling the development of agriculture sector on the basis of Ahmed Mod, this is an example on how policy, how scientific modeling can help to create evidence-based policy decisions. If you are interested in that, you come back please to us at whatever time, by mail. Say that you have been listening that time, you want to learn more on that. We have good experts here, Ukrainian experts, they can go in contact with you directly. So there's no need to talk to me or to Maria, even in this case, or to others, staff of APD. We can help you on this. I will skip it now because time is over of my presentation. I was really glad to work with you. And it was not only a presentation, it was working together. And I feel very glad and satisfied from this format. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sasse. That was a great overview about agriculture sector and in general agricultural policy in Ukraine. So you can see that our work in our project, German-Ukrainian Agricultural Policy Dialogue, is not so easy because we have to deal with all these stakeholders and it is not so easy to dealing with them. But still, it's very interesting. So I can just encourage you. It doesn't matter what is your specialization, but for the future, we are also always looking for an interested practicants, interesting people who would like to probably cooperate with us in any possible case, or we would like to invite you to cooperation with our project in the future, should it be in your interest as well. Am I right?
There are questions, maybe?
Yes, maybe you have any questions. Actually, have got a lot of information you can also use in your presentation right now or for tomorrow for discussion. That was a great aid, I suppose, from Mr. Sasse, because he has he had presented us the current situation in Ukrainian agriculture policy and agriculture sector as well. So maybe for you some interesting ideas for tomorrow for debates as well, or for today's for your presentation. But still, should you have any question, please, you can do it as well in Ukrainian if you want.
Okay.
If I may ask in Ukrainian, please. So is it possible, what do you think, is it possible to create a new sector of like, in addition to wheat or milk or beef, something new? Do you think it is possible to have something new, some new kind of agricultural product in Ukraine, in Ukrainian market? What do you think?
I would say I would leave it up to the market. If there will develop a certain demand in whatever, in special brands, for example, local brands, in vegetarian food or whatever. So there should be, first of all, a demand. There's no need for policy intervention on the first step, but first the market should express a need. If there's a need, there will be suppliers. Yes, possible.
Maybe I could add a little, probably you all have already heard that we have some shortages in protein in general in our world. So now we have a lot of discussions about protein from insect, small features, yes. Who could be the source for protein for tomorrow, for our future? Maybe this is the point of new product on the market, something interesting. And we talk a lot about creating, scientifically creating meat, because we don't have enough of meat even now, and for the future it would be even more difficult in terms of climate change and role of the livestock in climate change. So probably that would be another one interesting product. And we have also a lot of interesting ideas. Actually, right now, yesterday, today and tomorrow, we will have agriculture exhibition here in Kyiv, Agro 2021. So I would recommend you for the future to come to such events and hear and see and get this information, because we will see there a lot of younger startups, if I can see like this. So people who would like to present you something new, something interesting, and these new trends, you should be informed about this, because you will work with some new ideas, some new technologies in the future. And these ideas and these technologies, they are now in creating. So just be on the top, be updated, and get this possibility also in discussion with our project. So probably we will be able to inform you and to give you some interesting points as well during these 2 days. Some more?
What do you think is a faster way for Ukraine to get away from the sale of raw materials? That's a dream, or it's can true?
No, it's a reality, of course. And I'm pretty sure that in a few years it will happen. But the key lies not in agriculture policy, as I said, but in general policies. We should increase trust and transparency in the general policies, in the state, in general, because investors are not coming to the agriculture sector because of the agriculture policy. They are not coming to Ukraine because of the general policy framework, as I said. If we will improve the situation there, then the investors are coming, and only the investors can develop this processing. It's not a task for the state. The state should establish the sufficient framework conditions. And if they are there, for example, like in Germany or in other Western countries, if the investors are feeling confident and have the trust in the system of courts and justice, then they are coming. And then I see a big future.
Thank you very much.
Maybe it's not only about the foreign investors, it's also about the Ukrainian investors. We have a lot of money in Ukraine which are not working, which are somewhere else, somewhere where they feel themselves safe. This is the point, and they have to be safe in our agriculture sector. This is the point of Mr. Sasse, I suppose. Some more questions?
Mr. Sasse, you show us compare graphics of our production meat, vegetables, and fruits. So how soon Germany will increase production of meat, and what kind of possibility it will be?
You mean Germany or Ukraine?
Germany.
Germany will not increase. Germany will decrease consumption of meat because we have new features on the markets. People understand that a lot of meat is not good for your health. People understand that animal production is not good for the environment. There are many reasons why people are reducing their meat consumptions. And this goes on in Germany. For Ukraine, at this stage, I would say in the coming years, we will still see a little increase of meat production. This is my expectation for the next years.
Thank you.
Maybe one more comment, if you allow, Mr. Sasse, also in this area. So the day before yesterday, I was attending the peak production forum here in Kyiv as well. And there will be a great discussion, I suppose, because the reason why people don't consume more meat in Europe, especially about pig and pork, actually. And the idea was that the new regulation about this whole climate issues, technology, more welfare for animal, less fat for people, and so on, they all lead to the loss of taste of the meat. That's why people do not want to eat the pork like this. And this is one of the points. So, and there were some experts from different countries, and they encouraged us not to do the same, not to lose our best Ukrainian pork, actually in general, just because of this all regulation and because of the lack of taste in the future. Just one small comment, please.
Доброго дня, містер Sasse.
Mr. Sasse, my name is Dmitro. I would like to ask you, what do you think? Do you think we have the conditions for foreign farmers, for foreign entrepreneurs to come to Ukrainian market, to Ukrainian land market? And if no, what do you think we should improve to make this for them more convenient, and also to make sure that this is not tragic for our farmers, for Ukrainian farmers, so that they just don't give up, farming because they have smaller financial capacities compared to foreign agricultural corporations?
First of all, I think we should not be afraid of having international farmers in Ukraine. I can tell you we have about 30 international farmers already organized in an international farmer association. We have just had a meeting with Mr. Leshenko, the minister, talking about opportunities for them to take part in the land market, which is opening from 1st of July. Of course, what we don't want to see in Ukraine are speculations on the land market. Some big trust funds or hedge funds coming into this country, taking millions of hectares and then speculating with this land. We want to see, I think, and this is a question then to the policymakers, finally, interesting discussion we have today. We want to see middle-size farm enterprises, especially with people they are working and living on the spot. Not in Kyiv, not in Berlin, and not in Madrid or in New York, being the owner, and here there is a business running and they are just earning the money. No, we want to see people living in the villages, in the rural areas, so they can identify themselves with the needs of the people, because it's much more than just producing agriculture and paying taxes, is the infrastructure in these areas. We would see hopefully a kind of a corporate responsibility by these entrepreneurs, by these farmers. And if you ask me what should be the let's say the base and the reason for bringing them in, I don't think that, for example, this idea of investment mania, I think there was this kind of a expression in Ukrainian. So that means somebody who is taking care about you. Just go to the office of the president and we will put you a person there. And sorry to say, to me, it sounds a bit like krisha. Huh? And krisha is to me a word not very good one. But, and I'm coming back what I said already today 3-4 times. The general policy conditions in Ukraine should change and improve in terms of transparency, in terms of stability, in terms of trustworthiness, in terms of less corruption in the state, in terms of fair representing interests and smoothing interests, not going for a legislation because of particular interests. My aunt or my uncle has somewhere a spot of land, and I would now to bring in a law which gives him the situation to make a good business. No, this is never the point. The point is we should think about the welfare of all people in a certain sector, beside any, let's say, phase or family relationship. But so far, as you know, still we see quite a lot of deficits in this part of the general policies. And this is the point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sasse. Thank you. Maybe the very last question, and then we will come to our contribution of today, actually. So please.
Mr. Sasse, first, thank you for thank you for your presentation. It is really interesting to compare, to see how what is the difference between the Ukraine and Germany economies, and we saw that Ukraine in some way start to be stronger than Germany in case of sunflower. Maybe it's some because of Ukraine grain, or maybe some weather things. I want to ask you about. I want to ask a question about the berry market, because when the land market will open, we will have some problems with our rural regions, because, as you know, we have a depopulation of this region, and if this rural region start to create new hubs with the berries plantation, for example, can Ukrainian government create some structure for help these hubs to export their own production, or it will be it will be not government organization or government, because we have some problems with the as you mentioned before, with the some illegal things. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I would say at this stage there aren't really big limiting factors for berry production and berry exports. I'm not a specialist in this area, and I would advise you to go in contact. We have another project which is called Agri-Trade. Mr. Pilling, for example, is a specialist in this area. He's working on what you are saying, actually, a kind of a hub for people they are interested in exports. When it goes about berries, I would put berries in the context of all small niche products and brands. Huge opportunities, I would say. Huge opportunities, because you can produce them by much lower costs than this goes on in Poland, where we are currently getting our berries from Poland mainly. But you can produce them on much lower costs. And from that point of view, I would say berries have a good future. And yes, with regard to assistance, how to organize the export, please come back to us. We will provide you with the contact of this project, and hopefully we have also the German International Chamber of Commerce. I'm sure there will be people, they can help you. Now, I would not like to further intervene in the program of Maria. I'm so sorry, Maria, but you see, for the future, we should maybe even plan a little bit more time. It was an interesting discussion indeed. I'm again very glad, but now I think we should simply follow up on the program. Sorry,
Yes,
Maria.
exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sasse, for answering our question. Thank you for putting this question. So I hope and I'm sure that you have already used a little to the English language, and we can proceed now in our English session with your presentation. We will have now probably 5 minutes small pause for you to do whatever you need, to take tea or coffee or whatever you want to eat. And after this, we will start with our first part. So just for you for information, we will do it in 2 parts. We have now 10, we have 9 participants for our first competition. So we will do it like this. The first part, as we have already took a little bit more time as we have planned, will composed of 4 of you. So you have to decide yourself. I will not ask you, so you or you will start now. So you are willing and you will start. So 4 of you will do it before our lunch and 5 of you will do it after our lunch. You have to decide where I would like to start and where I would like to be in the end. It's not influencing in any case our notes. And after this small pause, 5 minutes, we will also present you our jury. We have, I suppose, all the members of our jury with us now. So just take your time, 5 minutes, and after this, we will start. And take tea, coffee, or whatever you want to your place and eat. It's not a problem. Start? Or who wants to start? You want to start? Okay, come here. Just 2 seconds, 2 seconds. We'll start now. So before this, I would like just to introduce you shortly our jury members, or probably our jury members could tell us a couple of words about you. So maybe we will start with Mr. Perihozhuk. I see you are the first one. So please, 2 words about you.
Industrial organizations. It's like looking on the imperfect competition on agricultural markets, pricing, price discriminations, and world trade or international trade, especially for agricultural products.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Then maybe Katya Dels.
Thank you very much, Maria. Hello to Kyiv. This is Berlin calling. My name is Katya Dels. I am the head of the International Consulting Department of BVVG, and BVVG is a state-owned agency that deals with management and privatization of state-owned agricultural and forestry land. And I am here because BVVG implements one of the components of the project of the German-Ukrainian Agricultural Policy Dialogue, which is the land component. And so I support our colleagues from the first component, from the agro-policy component by attending the jury. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Then Mr. Alexander Kaliberda.
Hello to everyone. My name is Alexander Kaliberda. I work as a national expert in an organic project. The project is called German-Ukrainian Cooperation in Organic Agriculture. This is my third time as a jury member. So I have a little bit of experience with these competitions, and I look forward to all the presentations. Other than that, I have about 25 years of experience in agricultural policy issues in Ukraine, observing a long, difficult, but steady transition towards market-based agriculture in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Then Simon York, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simon York. I'm a long-term agricultural economics expert working for the German-Ukrainian Agri-Policy Dialogue here in Kyiv. Wish you all a nice essay competition and good luck with your receptions.
Thank you very much, Simon. Then Victoria Müller.
Привет and hello. It's my first time in the jury, but first of all, I would like to congratulate all of you because first of all, you are part of the competition. And the second point is you've got already opinion. You've got a vision for the agriculture policy in Ukraine. And that's the basis to change anything. So yeah, that's a really great start and the first step. And I've got the wishes that you are continuing. And if you think your opinion and your solution or your vision is a great one, so try to focus that and involve and yeah, be part of the agriculture policy in Ukraine. My name is Victoria Müller. I'm into agriculture policy in Germany for more than 10 years. I'm part of an political expert committee for agriculture and environment. And yes, it's an honor for me to be part of this event.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you. Then Olga Getya.
Just a moment. Hello, everybody. My name is Olga Getya. I'm a chief of international relations department of scientific and methodological center of higher and vocational education. And I'm for the first time as a member of jury too, like the other many other person. But I'm very happy to be here because I think that it's very interesting to know the opinion and the progress of our Ukrainian students in this area. And I think it's very good things that APD make here in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you. Then Mr. Pugachev, please. Пане Микола, ми вас чуємо. Пане Микола Пугачов, так?
Hello, everyone. I am Pugachev Mykola. I'm a researcher dealing with agroeconomics. It's my first time on the jury, and I wish all of my colleagues success. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm looking who is missing. I suppose the next one will be Mr. Koval.
Да, доброго дня, колеги.
Yes, hello, dear colleagues. I'm glad to welcome you all. I'm Pavlo Koval. I'm General Director of Ukrainian Agro Confederation. For many years, I have been dealing with agro sector, agroeconomy, agro sector. I have read the essays of the participants. Today, I will listen to their presentations. And it is indeed my first time as a jury member. It's a pleasure to participate today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koval. Then Lina Shurevich. Lina.
Доброго дня.
Hello.
Чути мене?
Can you hear me?
Так.
Can you hear me?
Так, ми можемо чути, все добре.
Yes, we can hear you. Hello, everyone. It is my first time on the jury. I'm Shcherevich Irina. I'm head of the agro-industrial development from Kyiv City Administration. It's great to hear about how agricultural sector is growing, and hopefully in Kyiv region, we could try out a few ideas, no ideas. I'd like to wish all participants success. I know that you are a little anxious, perhaps a bit of a stage fright, but I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And maybe the last jury member, if I'm not mistaken, so representative of our FABU project, Mr. Geta. Could you hear us now? Okay, I see it doesn't work, but still I hope that he's with us. And I also have to present you the best wishes from Mr. Langash. It should be another one jury members of our team, but he's ill now, so we are in a difficult world right now, so we cannot predict it. So he would not be able to participate, but still the best greetings from here, from him, I would like to transmit to you. So now you see our jury members, they represent different organizations as well in Ukraine as in Germany, as well as state organization, as research, as projects, as whatever we have in a business organization. So I suppose that such a jury members team will be very confident, will be very effective, and will give you the best marks possible. So now we will start our competition. I just have to tell our jury members once again, after each presentation, we will get small discussion round probably, or small question rounds. And after this, you will give us your notes. We will make a note of this. And the notes, the marks will be from 1, the best marked, till 5, the worst one. And after this, we will combine them with your marks already given, because we have already get the marks from your essays. And the portion will be 70% of your end mark will be on the base of your written paper and 30% of your presentation. So I suppose that all of you have already read these rules and know about this. So 70% is on the base of your written paper and 30% about your presentation. But still, you have the best chance now to present your paper. You have 10 minutes for presentation, and after that, about 5 minutes for question or discussion. So after that, we will get all the marks. And in the end, we will choose who was the best presenter, who was the best writer of this paper. And maybe now it's a point to see and to tell you that the winner of this competition will get as a first prize the possibility to take part on our trip organized on agriculture policy dialogue to Germany, to see how agriculture sector and agriculture policy does work in this land. And so I suppose that would be the good prize for you and encourage you to be the best now. So I wish you luck. And now we can start. So please, we have the first candidate. Please present yourself, tell what university you represent. And also maybe the last remark, but I should do it. So I'm really begging you not to read. So please, I know that it is difficult to tell something without reading, without using your notes, but still, so please be aware that should you have read everything, that would be the minus notes. So we don't want to give you the minus notes. So just tell us something. I know that you can do it. Please, podium is yours.
My name is Natalia, and I represent Bila Tserkva National Agrarian University with some, sorry. I represent, as I mentioned, Bila Tserkva National Agrarian University with some research. This is about state regulation. This theme is mainly detached to the previous lecture of the agriculture products and in general market in the period of quarantine and some restrictions. So first of all, we can see some diagram about how coronavirus was affected our GDP and our general system of economy, not only agriculture sector. And of course, this was caused a large-scale shock in the Ukrainian economy, in the existence and developed agriculture market. We were mentioned this a lot. First of all, in this diagram, we can see some changes in activity, small business and farmers. So how many people, how many farmers, actually small farmers, stopped their activity and they have lost their profits and general state. And when we talk about changes in the agriculture sector and in other fields, this like different, we can see this. We can be in this system. We could see this in previous months, for example. We had many protests, many conflicts. People wanted to work. People wanted to open markets and still have something to eat, to sell, and be stable in this hard time. So the impact aspects of COVID-19 in Ukraine and in the world in general. First of all, this is crop production. It begins from, for example, buying some products, hybrid seeds, or another things for improving state of our general agriculture system. Next one, this will be spring plowing, because this period was beginning in this period of time. Next were some problems with agriculture product supply, because as we know, when we talk about export and import, the boundaries were closed, and this was a huge problem to implement product supply into abroad. So this was a really enormous problem for Ukrainians and mostly for small farmers who wanted not only to survive, they wanted to sell their products. Next, this is livestock production, and today we mentioned a little bit about this because this is an hard industry in case of stability. In case of stability, be like a big system with crop production. So of course, there are some hard situation with livestock production because this is life cycle. This need to be controlled from side of the state. Farmers' employment and income. Of course, when we talk about loss of profitability and they didn't have enough money to invest to develop their business, they lost a lot. Begin from selling production, closed markets, and developed and tried to go abroad. Economic crop development is detached to the first stage, agriculture product sales model. This not only negative side, because when you talk about sales model, this mostly developed of online sales, different platforms developed in online production in general, mostly for bigger agriculture holdings, but we know that in Ukraine, for example, small farmers began to use this model too. Leisure agriculture developed. This is decreasing of level green tourism in Ukraine in general. Agriculture product trade, this is, as I mentioned, this is closed boundaries and decreasing amount of sales abroad. So in response to the challenges, this side was really hard for Ukrainian, first of all, in 4 different sides. This is food security, because as we know, natural resources and other sources are closed. Like people want to provide more, but they haven't this opportunity because they haven't enough sources. This is begin from food security. Next, product businesses, and mostly this is small business. Rural communities, this is small farmers, and they try to be close to the local farmers and general farmers, but they hadn't this opportunity. Next, this is population in general. So the main consumption, this is effective state regulation of the agriculture sector, begin from small businesses and end big agriculture holdings. This is necessary for the general development of the state and general economic development. And our research about what the most important to do from the state and their side to ease impact of the COVID-19. First of all, this is resuming agriculture production and farmers' work in different ways, providing financial support. We talk about credits, we talk about different grants and investments, of course, and about taxes. Stabilizing agriculture production and product supply in different ways. This may be online sales, this may be real sales. Promoting agriculture product sale, as I mentioned, this may be in different ways. First of all, begin from real sales. This may be different supportive programs from state and another. Providing subsidies, this is really important. And when you talk about European experience, this is great example how state, how different organization can help, can encourage and motivate small farmers, small entrepreneurships to work well and to survive as minimum. Providing agriculture technology guidance and field management, this is the most important in Ukraine, in my opinion, because we haven't enough well-developed field management in our country. This begins from decision makers and real communication between agriculture sector, for example, and state. Last one, this is providing assistance and reduce poverty. And this is slide what was done. This was some program from National Institute for Strategic Studies. What was done? This was 3 main messages I was mentioned. And last one, this is a great example from Europe and how this sector has shown resilience, how to continue work. This was, I want to short explain. This is to support in 4 different sections. This is guidelines to ensure an efficient food supply chain. This like from practice, more from practice, and try to reach this practice into life. Measures directly supporting farmers and rural areas. This is financial support and some taxes. And next, this is exceptional measures supporting market. This is mostly about product supply and support small farmers to have better opportunities to get into another market, begin from their internal and another global markets. And then, last one, this is simplification and increased flexibility measures. This short about these 4 stages, but I don't want to stop. Another great example, this is FAO response plan. We can say this table about what was done and in what stages in one industries. This is the best example of how government regulation is able to ensure sustainability, because as we know, agriculture sector need to be stable, need to be flexible, begin from weather condition and end, for example, state regulation. And this is another great example, stable and adapt COVID restrictions. And to sum up, maintaining the balance of the Ukrainian agriculture sector in the conditions of the corona crisis, this is possible to say really under the condition of sufficient state of internal and external directions. So when we talk about internal and external, begin from state regulation, begin from small farmers, try to persuade them to work well, to help in any case. This may be financial support, this may be providing as minimum guidance, programs, try to explain how to work, what to do, what not to do, maybe some programs. And last one, this is future research investigating the long-term impacts of COVID-19 on agriculture development should be conducted, because as we know, this is the huge importance, how to provide more comprehensive suggestions for decision makers. So my own suggestions, this is what the most important. State need to be stable in this case, tries to persuade, tries to motivate, tries to help in any cases, because the agriculture sector, this is the most important for Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have seen now the best timing, I suppose, exactly 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you also our translators. I hope you are alive. But okay, so now we can come back or start our discussion. So do we have any questions? Or maybe jury members would like to comment or have any questions? Oh, maybe the first one will be from my side. What do you think after Corona crisis, our agriculture sector will stay the same or will transform itself in any other forms? What would be the new directions or probably the new parts in agriculture sectors, or should anything will be improved or not? So your opinion, how influenced the Corona pandemic our agriculture sector in general?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think, yes, this will change exactly because, as we know today, we already have some changes. First of all, this begin from online shopping, online sales, and simply small farmers began to provide this online shopping. This was unpredictable for us, for example, to buy products like bread or meat online via different sites. And I think another maybe changes, this will be some extra programs from side of the state. I think this is necessary, and I think this will change. This will be, for example, from state, maybe supportive programs, maybe some extra funds, extra investments. I think this will increase.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we have any questions? If we do, you should just give me a side. If you don't, probably we can start with voting. So once again, 1 is the best mark, 5 is the worst mark, and our colleagues will show us after that the result. So maybe now we can start with Mr. Jurk. Your mark, please. 1. Okay, thank you very much. Then Mrs. Müller. 1. Thank you. Mr. Geta. So please.
Should I tell this or should I show something? How can I
So
indicate?
as you wish, you can show. You
Okay,
can
one.
show. 1. Thank you very much. Okay, Olga Geta. 1. Thank you very much. Mr. Kaliberda.
Mine will be 2.
2. Okay, thank you. Mr. Koval. We cannot hear you, so please tell me something. We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Оцінка 3.
3. Okay, thank you. Mr. Перехожук. 2. Thank you. Mr. Pugachev. 2. Am I right? 2. 3. Sorry, 3. Okay. And Lina? Lina Shurevich? 2. Okay, super. And Katya Dels?
Thank you, Maria. Before I vote, I would really like to say a few words because maybe you would like to have a feedback also. I think I was very impressed by your English, first of all, which is very fluent, and that also goes into the evaluation. So congratulations to that. Unfortunately, I don't know what will be coming. So this is difficult also when it comes to rating. I think what is also very positive is that you picked a very difficult topic, because when thinking about agricultural strategy, of course, this is a topic which is extraordinary and hopefully will not be normal in the next years. So that poses, of course, in terms of strategy and finding solutions, a very special approach. And I think you managed that very well. As you have presented the European examples, they also show that also in Europe the same questions came up. And what you also illustrated is that things, and that is all over the world, we experienced in Germany also, things that go wrong before the pandemic already, that have been going wrong, really show in times of pandemic, because they really have a big negative impact then. So your proposal of picking up these topics and making a long-term strategy in terms of making the agricultural sector more resilient, I think was very good. My overall rating will be a 2. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So 2. Now we are ready to show the final mark. 1 second, it will come. A little bit bigger would be great. And just scrolling down. Okay, what is 1.8? Yes, am I right? Can I see? Yes, 1.8. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like be the second one, please?
Hello, everyone. Today I will tell you about the future after pandemic COVID-19 for globalization or localization. So let's start. Globalization is a process of world economic, political, cultural, and religious integration and unification. The KFE Globalization Index measures the economic, social, and politics dimensions of globalization. If we compare Ukraine and Germany, then we see that in 1990, Germany's globalization index was more than twice higher than the index of Ukraine. The next slide, please. Here you can see social consequences. Unfortunately, there are a lot of coronavirus cases and deaths in Ukraine and the whole world. Economic consequences include a real GDP decline of 4.4% and others. The coronavirus crisis became the most influential factor that affected all areas of countries' activities and their sustainable development. Please, next slide. After coronavirus pandemic, we all faced one major question: should we continue globalization or localization? This is our scientific hypothesis. Please, the next one. Now we proceed to our research methodology. Let's take a look at more detailed one. The next, please.
Please not to read, but try to tell us something. That would be very nice.
At the first stage, we collect economical, social, and environmental factors, which the most significant indicators like GDP, export, import, CO emissions and volumes of household waste. The next one, please. At the second stage, we conducted index analysis in order to unify all indicators in one absolute format. The third step was formation of an integral indicator, a sustainable development index. Then we carried out analytical producers like correlation and regression analysis. Please, the next one. The fifth stage was analyzed and forecast of the results obtained. In the function tends to infinity, the process of globalization have a positive tendency. If the function goes to the zero, it means that a country choose a policy of localization. The next one, please. The final stage is the formation of a research hypothesis. Is there an ability of the integral index of sustainable development to predict and solve the problems of globalization and localization policy? The next one, please. Now I kindly ask all of you to take your smartphones and scan this image. It will help me to prove our research. A few seconds. So as we see, we have only 4 voters, and as we see as well, results are equal. No, they now came to globalization most. Another one. Thank you. I think it would be enough. So now we're presenting graphic results of 6 countries. 2 countries on this stage on the current page go into globalization because we can see the trend line goes up. The next one, please, slide. On this slide, we have the main countries of today evening, such as Ukraine and Germany. And as we see, excuse me, on this slide, we can see figures where the trend line these lines. It says about the process of transition from globalization to localization. The higher the approximation reliability, the faster the transition from globalization to localization happens. For example, until 2028, Germany will finally change the policy of globalization to localization, Ukraine until the end of 2022, and Moldova until 2023. And as well as we see, the lowest level of localization is on 2014.
Microphone, please.
Excuse me. And as we see, the lowest level of localization is on the 2014. exactly when the war between Russian Federation and Ukraine began. The next slide, please. Next, please. The left feature presents a model of the transition from globalization to localization after crossing the line X, a localization period begins. On the right side, there is a second scenario events. When the country does not turn to localization, but continues its course to globalization. Please, the next slide. And the final conclusions of our research are accounting and analytical support tools are the effective forecasting tool and of building an effective model of sustainable development of society. An integral indicator of sustainable development, which combines economic and eco-social indicators, is a useful source of information on the dynamic development and direction of national policy. Correlation regression analysis, trend line construction, and forecasting can be a confirmation of the globalization concentration or the localization moment. And the final, the 2020 crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has become a powerful catalyst of change and the transition from globalization to resource localization, effective policies, and a focus on a self-interest within the country. The next slide. Thank you. If you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you very much. So you're also very good in timing. 9 minutes we have used. And I'm personally very impressed with all these technical issues. Good that you have managed it in time. So maybe our jury members or our participants have any questions. If any, please.
I have a question about the future of Ukraine. What way should Ukraine choose to globalize our economy, or just to the way of localization? What is better? And in the terms of COVID-19, that showed that we need to care about our country, our market, and we should just a little bit localize. So what do you think?
I think we should not forget about sustainable development and open our borders, trade, and build our economic both, such as with countries like Germany, Poland, and others. Trade is the most main.
Thank you very much. Simon, please.
One more question. It might have been a little bit confusing to me due to the time, but did you show only the methodology, how this could be measured and calculated, or did you do the research as well in your essay? So with certain indicators and factors, how to measure globalization, localization?
We took statistic information, and I am a student of account specialty, and we calculated in Excel and exactly with calculator.
Thank you. Some more questions? So maybe from my side, how would you estimate the influence of globalization of agriculture in Ukraine and special rural area development in Ukraine? So just your opinion.
Can you repeat, please? Don't understand.
So when we are talking about globalization in Ukraine, we have some trends, yes?
Yes.
How does it influence our rural development? Your opinion, what are the major problems or the major benefits, probably, who knows?
We have ecological problems, measures, economic measures, social measures, and all of this we should include in our research to have complete issue, not issue. Oh, excuse me. Result, to get a completely full result.
But in general, would you estimate this influence of globalization on agriculture, rural development as positive or as negative?
I think it's more negative.
Okay, thank you very much. Some more questions, comments? No, I don't see any. Okay, just Victoria?
Yes, I've got
Please?
just a small question. You already go with this paper to another competition, right? In
Yes.
Odessa? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are ready to what? So we will start once again with Simon. 3. I can see 3. Okay. Then Victoria. Your mark, your note. We cannot hear you, cannot see. So just give me 2. Yes, I can see. 3. Sorry, 3. I see. Then Andrei Geta.
I would say also 3.
3. Thank you. Olga Geta.
For me, 4.
4. Thank you. Mr. Kaliberda, Alexander.
3 this time.
3. Thank you very much. Mr. Koval. Can't hear you, so please tell me something. Microphone. Sorry, I cannot hear you. Could you? Microphone. Yes.
Оцінка 3.
3. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Перехожук. 3. Okay. Mr. Pugachev. Не бачу. Ще раз.
Once again, I can see it.
4. Так,
4.
бачу 4.
Yes, 4. I can
Okay.
see 4.
Thank you very much. And Lina. Пані Ліна.
2.
2.
2.
Угу. Чудово. Дякую. Катя.
3.
3. Thank you very much. Okay. Luba, are we ready? Comes? Okay. So 3.1.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Who would like is next, please? So just once again, I'm really begging you not to read, please.
Презентація.
Good afternoon. My name is Nastya Yanyuk. I am a student of 11 Kyiv group, Umar National University of Horticulture. I want to speak about modern factors of development of the agriculture insurance system in Ukraine. One of the key features of agriculture, it is dependence on the nature condition. The amount with price volatility is the presence of commercial risk and trading. Ukrainian farmers are also suffering from weather freaks and fields and features of huge production assets, biological assets. Insurance is invented to minimize losses from later. That is a sorry. Insurance is invented to minimize losses from the later. That is a system of economic relations to guarantee insurance protection in order to ensure income stability and available property conservation. At the same time, the agriculture insurance market in Ukraine is still undeveloped, and insurance products are not well received among farmers. Describing characteristic of Ukrainian agri-insurance market, it should be noted it is a monocomponent and replaced only by of system insurance of agriculture crops and perennial plantings with dominance of fields. Instead, the agriculture farm insurance is used to reach other non-insurance related again. The most general criteria that make it possible to investigate the current of state development of the agriculture insurance system. It is structure and level of development are quality indicators of concluded protection, insurance contracts, the amount of insurance premiums and insurance intermediaries, as well as the sum of indicators per insurance contract. On the picture 1, we can see the amount of concluded agriculture insurance contracts in Ukraine in 2006 to 2019. The largest amount of contracts was concluded in Dnipropetrovsk and Kировогрad Oblast. They are followed by Chernihiv, Vinnytsia, Poltava, Khmelnytsky, and other oblasts. Also, much attention should be drawn to the trends of the market of Ukrainian agriculture insurance services in 2006-2019 that we can show on the picture 2. Analyzing the indicator of the amount of insurance intermediaries per insurance contract, it should be noted a decrease in this picture in 2019 by 2 times compared with the previous year. The next indicator characterizing the development of the agriculture insurance market is the level of insurance payments that is shown on the picture 3. The rate of insurance payments under concluded agriculture insurance contracts in the period of 2006-2019 showed up considerable volatility, having reached in the maximum value in 2011 and the minimum in 2019. The results show that Ukrainian agriculture market is at the state formation. According to the National Commission for the State Regulation of Financial Services Market in 2019, 33 insurance companies were licensed to carry out voluntary agriculture insurance, while at the same time, only 13 of them actually performed agriculture risk insurance. On the picture 3, we can see the dynamics of insurance payments and dynamics of insurance payments and their level in the agriculture insurance market of Ukraine in 2006-2019. As for the key features of crop insurance in the Ukrainian agriculture insurance market in 2019 underwriting year, 16 types of crops were insured. The largest amount of contract was concluded for winter wheat. The second goes for winter rape, maize, sunflower, winter barley, and other crops go next. Today, the agrarian sector in Ukraine is actively development. The agriculture sector is one of the key and scientific feeling items of the Ukrainian budget and a level powerful of export agriculture products to European Union. Agriculture insurance is one of the mechanisms for stable works and stressing of small and medium agrarian businesses. In conclusion, I'd like to say that agriculture insurance market are at the state of formation and a constant change to improve key indicators. Concluded contracts for many risks and losses. Creation and stability of new companies. There are about 300 companies and 10 of them are very powerful, such as Ingo Ukraine, AXA Insurance, ASKA, Universal, Brock Businesses, Krayina, and Gordania. There are 60 types of crops. The leaders are winter both. In terms of the volume of insured areas, 87%, and in terms of the volume of concluded contracts, 80%. My presentation is over, and now I want to present my video about specific of agriculture insurance in Ukraine. Please, video. See on the screen, please. Of agriculture is its dependence on natural conditions. Along with price volatility, the presence of commercial risk and trading, Ukrainian farmers are also suffering from weather freaks and features of used production assets, biological assets. Insurance is called to minimize losses from the latter. That is a system of economic relations to guarantee insurance protection in order to ensure the income stability and the available property conservation. At the same time, the agriculture insurance market in Ukraine is still undeveloped, and insurance products are not well received among farmers. As a result, a certain imbalance arose, a powerful development of the agri-industrial complex in Ukraine. Nowadays, Ukraine is still in the process of finding the best fit model of agriculture insurance. Thanks for your attention. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
One of the
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting video. So a good presentation of Ukraine in general, I think. So maybe you have any questions, so please.
So I have a question about insurance. I would like to know who used insurance in the agriculture sector. Is it the small farmers or huge companies like agro holdings? So do you know it? Do you make any research about this?
Nowadays, there are 300 companies insurance, but 10 of them are very powerful. It is Ingo Ukraine, AXA Insurance, ASCA, Universal, Brock Business.
I suppose that was the question about who is using these, not providing, but using. Small farmers or big companies, mostly?
I think big companies. And sometimes farmers.
Some more questions, please?
I want to answer a little comment. I think this time mostly large farm. It's there are very big risk in climate problems. So if they want to create more resources, they have a bigger insurance, I think. So.
Okay, thank you for your comment. So maybe some other questions from our jury members? Okay, Victoria, please.
I do not have a question, but I just want to make a comment. I think you made a really great presentation of the status quo. So you showed us how the insurance system in Ukraine is working right now. Maybe for the next time it would be perfect if there is also a second step, like the vision. So now we've got all the informations, and the next step would be the vision, how to change the system or how to make the system better, the different steps, how to change something. So yeah, but it was a great presentation anyway.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I suppose that it will come because this is the third year, if I'm not mistaken. Then we always have the topic as insurance in our competition. It means that the topic is very important for Ukraine. So maybe next time we will come with some more information about this. Simon, you want to ask?
Yes, Victoria made a very nice introduction to what I was about to ask. Can you just shortly repeat from your point of view, what could be the 1, 2, 3 main factors that still hamper, and might even block the development of agri-insurance sector in Ukraine?
What do you think blocks the further development of agriculture insurance in Ukraine?
Or even what are the main factors that still makes the agri-insurance sector underdeveloped?
Please, maybe Ukrainian.
Okay, please. But have you understand the question?
Yes.
No? Okay.
No. I think in Ukraine, за Україну. I think that in Ukraine, small money that have business and use it. Достатньо, ну.
Maria, du müsstest Mikro anmachen, wir hören dich gar nicht.
Okay, once again. So my question is about the future of insurance for animal production. What do you think? Do we have any plans? Do we have any chances for future for development of animal production insurance in Ukraine?
I will try to understand this problem in my future.
Okay, this is the best answer I have even heard. Thank you. Thank you, the right one. Alexander, you would like to say something? Alexander Kaliberda, please.
Yes, Nastya, thank you for your interesting presentation, for the video. You've looked at the statistics. Can you imagine that later today you meet Minister of Agricultural Policy and Food, and all of a sudden he asks a question, Nastya, I know you looked into the insurance issue. What is the main thing you would recommend to me as the minister so that agricultural insurance in Ukraine improves? What would you tell him?
Ukrainian, please.
Якщо сьогодні ви зустрінете раптово міністра аграрної політики, і він запитає, Настя, ви дослідили дуже гарну тематику аграрного страхування.
Maria is interpreting the question into Ukrainian. Unfortunately, she did not understand.
I don't speak about these questions. I don't know. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe next time. Thank you, Alexandra, for your question. So maybe we will not have any more questions till now. Then voting. So dear jury members, now your time to tell me something. So Mr. Jurk, 2, 3, 3. Okay, I can see 3. Victoria?
3, but I like the video.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay. Pane Getya, Drigetya?
3, also 3.
3. Okay, thank you. Pani Olga?
3.
3. Pane Alexander Kaliberda?
Also 3.
Okay. Pane Koval?
Оцінка 3. Dry.
Dry, okay, thank you. Mr. Перехожук? 3, окей. Пане Пугачов, 4 я бачу. Так, я бачу 4. And Ліна? Ліна, що робить?
2.
2. Дякую. І Katya, and Katya, please.
3.
3. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, thank you. Now we'll see the result. So just tell me, where is Anastasia? 3.0. Thank you very much. Thank you. Who would like to be the next? You, please. Come on.
I'm glad to greet everyone. My name is Vlad. I will present my work today. Most extraordinary ideas can bring income. Breeding snails is much easier than raising poultry or rabbits. Snails are not picky about food, also need less attention, time, place, and cost. You can arrange a snail farm in a couple of boxes.
С вас подзарядиться нету ни у кого?
Okay, understood. The research on this issue is relevant because the pace of development of this business is quite high. Small farms are engaged in snail breeding, and in Europe, it is considered to be a family business for lazy people. The purpose of research is to determine the growing technology and keeping snails of the breed Helix aspersamilla, to investigate trends of potential demand for the product and the feasibility of creating a snail farm in our region. The object of the study snail farms in different regions of Ukraine. The subject of research, the technology of growing edible snails of the Helix aspersamilla breed on advanced farms. Research methods: analysis, compares sentences, and experiments. The scientific novelty, the technology of cultivation, maintenance, and sale of snails breed Helix aspersamilla were identified during the research. The trends of potential demand for the product and the feasibility of creation a snail farm in our region were characterized as well. And at the first stage, of the study, the real ways of breeding snails were analyzed. The first is natural, you could see. When snails are bred in outdoor pens. The second option, greenhouses. Snails inside the greenhouses can be bred not only in summer, but more investments are needed. And the second stage study, a survey of residents of our region was conducted in order to determine the preference of consumers to establish the prospects of snails business in the market of Ukraine and abroad. 205 people took part in the survey. The majority of respondents are students and employers. Of all respondents, only 155 people know that snails are used in medicine and cosmetology. As many as 128 people have never seen snails edible. And 34% will never dare to taste a snail dish in their lives. Dish snails in pesto sauce, 44% would like to taste this dish. Rejuvenating snail massage, for which they voted 76 people, cosmetics, 73 people. And 164 people would visit a snail farm. On this slide, you can see the number of tons of snails exported over the years. And as you can see, last year, more than 700 tons were exported. Competitive snail business focused on the world market. Can be built in Ukraine. To do this, Ukrainian producer needs to understand the production of more complex products than just meat or caviar, mucus, and hydrolyzed peptides. Also, with this QR code, you can personally view all my research work. So you could use your smartphone and check my research work. It is should say that you need to use your resources, I mean money, rationally with the least cost, but with the greatest benefit. Well, I understand that at first glance, it seems that I lack specific data, but all the specific data are given in my fully fledged research work. The purpose of this presentation and my visit is to attract your attention to this topic in order to continue. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really great timing, very short, but informative. I know that this snail production right now in Ukraine is really popular. We have even a couple of farms around Kyiv, and so who knows, maybe this will be an interesting niche in the future. So do we have any questions? Please.
So I have two questions. First is what and how many risks are in the process of production snakes? And second, is there insurance in this industry? Thank you.
Understood. Thank you for your questions. The first question I will answer. Risks. You know, people sometimes think snails it's just like meat, and I will never eat this because it looks like fat. It's ugly, yes. But for my experience, yes, I can compare this meat like mussels. You know, on the sea you could eat it. And it's a profit, you know, if you're growing up the snails, and in future you will sell it on meat or maybe on cosmetics. Risks, what opinion people? I'm sorry. Second question.
Is there any insurance in this industry?
You know. As I could say, in the last year, 700 tons will
Maria, you're frozen. I don't know if only for me or for all of us. We cannot hear you.
Yeah.
About this production, I mean, that's all.
Okay, and two more parts of my question. Markets where we can sell snails meat and main competitors.
Конкуренты.
About concurrents, их не так много на самом деле. Ну, их не так много.
There aren't that many competitors.
Потому что
because everyone thinks no one's going to use it, But in my opinion, the taste is very similar to cockles and mussels.
Where you can
buy.
Where you can sell it. Which countries?
Maybe Germany, of course. Church and Poland. Why not?
What about France?
France, you know, logistic. It's too
expensive.
It's expensive. Yes, transit with from Ukraine to French.
Okay, so we will hope that Ukrainian ones will be more tasty than the French ones, and that's why it will be paid off. So do we have some more questions? Maybe jury members, Simon, please.
Yeah, since you have, due to your research work, since you have the best overview of snail producing production in Ukraine, with your insight, would you start yourself snail business?
З чого я почну?
Чи розпочинаєте ви взагалі? Чи розпочали
In
би
the
ви?
future, if we had the investments, of course, why not? Of course, we could continue this work as I say, my visit is to attract your attention to this topic, and in order to continue this job work.
Okay, you have done your
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you. So Simon probably have a partner for the future for snail
We should
production. Андрій, будь ласка.
Yeah, why did you choose this issue to be presented today? First question, and do you have a personal experience in snail breeding?
Maybe experiments not, but we also, with my friends, visit the farm. In my research work, you could see, visit a farm of production these snails.
Okay, thank you. Some more questions, comments, something else? So hopefully next time we will be able to taste them. Who knows? We will think about it for the next year. But right now, so we would like to get your marks. So dear jury members, please give us your marks. Simon?
I went through the whole research paper on my smartphone. That's why I give you a 2. I like
you.
it.
Thank you very much. 2. Then Victoria?
I'm sorry that I always got the same grade then.
Victoria, we cannot hear you. 2, number 2, I see. Okay, it's 2. Then Andriy Getya, будь ласка.
The same with me.
2, thank you very much. Olga? Olga Getya?
3.
Не чуємо. 3, okay, thank you.
Просто там допиши, а
Who's the
гіперсилочку
next?
одне
Олександр
зробиш, десь
Халіберда?
менше. Саме синім виділ.
3, thank you very much. Павло Коваль?
Оцінка 4.
What do we have? We do not have anything. Could you repeat, please? Or show
4.
us? 4.
Mr.
Okay.
Koval gave 4.
It's 4.
Mark
Thank
is
you
4.
very much. Alexander Перехожук? 3. Thank you very much. Mr. Pugachov? 3. 3, I see. Thank you very much. And Lina? Lina Shurevich?
2.
What do we have from Lina?
2. 2 from
2.
Lina Shurevich.
2. Great, thank you. And then Katya?
Can you hear me? Yes? No, Maria.
What do we have from Katya?
3.
3. Okay, thank you. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And the result is? Okay, 2.7. Thank you. So now we have worked already through our first part of today. We have already heard 4 presentations. Thank you once again. Right now we'll have a pause, our break for lunch. And after 1 hour, we will meet here once again all together and do the second part. After that, we will show you the whole marks. Also in the end, the marks for your written papers and for your presentation of today. And then we will decide who is the winner. So you all have already or will have some chances in the second part. So be prepared, please. Just once again, please don't read your paper. Try to tell me something, tell our jury something, and answer the question. If you cannot understand it, please ask. If you can answer only in Ukrainian, please do it. But just use the possibility to participate in this discussion. This is really important.
We will do a quick raffle so that you understand what team you're going to join tomorrow. And please now go downstairs where you can eat your lunch. It's provided.
To start our second part, if you don't mind. We are good in time, so you are with us. Great, thank you very much. We are ready as well. Hopefully we will not sleep in after such a good lunch. So just keep attentive. And who would like to start? We have still 5 participants who will take part in the second part. Sorry for tautology, but still, who would like to start?
I am Angelina Kozlan, a student of International Agrarian University. I would like to raise the question of dairy study development in Ukraine. As the industry is the main the dairy industry is the main one in ensuring food security in Ukraine. This is a food providing the population development of agriculture and sizable industry. Unfortunately, but today we have to talk about the decline of dairy farming in Ukraine. It hurts by their livestock complexes operated Ryan as a stone we left of memory. It is beating that the farms in my village is one of 100 that have been destroyed. It is difficult to resolve the decline idea of one large farms. People work at hard, allow their job work at friendlies and know only memory, and we master and we about to restore everything. I believe in us. I meeting how it is development in Ukrainian young. I believe it in young Ukrainian specialist. I believe in young imagining future. Development tendencies of milk cattle in Ukraine services that has decreased over 68 from 25 million in 1990 to 2.18 millions is January 2021. So That milk production in Ukraine, has some tendency tend. Thus, in 1999, 24.5 million tons we product that in 2020 2.5 times less, it's 19.3 million tons. The European average level of milk is between 80,000 to 11,700 kilogram of milk. Iceland, the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Ukrainian in 2020 6,645 kilogram. On the figure 3, the dynamic of milk production in provided by agriculture attention and households since 2005. Households have been reduced milk product. This is because of decreasing number of households in dairy farming. Thus, in 28, the number of rural households which did not have cows increased by 30.8% to 2010. The number of households that support 1, 2, 3, 4 cows and more between 2010 and 2018 also decrease. The larger volume of milk production, which amounting to 11.1 million tons in household for the study period 2005. More clear, this is best interfering 5. Milk product in Ukraine also affect the annual consequently pre-COVID, which in 2018 was the lowest amongst European countries. Thus, in the Finns commit 384 liters of milk per year. The Switzerland 332 liters of German 248 in Ukraine 139 liters of milk per year. Milk is used either as a food product in unprocessed or processed form or a raw material for the dairy and food including. In 2009, milk processing enterprise purchased approximately 1.5 million tons of raw milk, which is 1.2 times less than in 2016. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Iceland, Japan, Norway, and Switzerland supports milk product on average more than 17 pence of gross farm incomes, which Canada, the UAE, Germany, Korea, and the US supports 40 and 45%. European expansion in dairy production shows as a successful combination of public policy measures, region approach to industry developments. What are you prepares? So the farm milk production development is necessary to increase the level of animals feeding and their balances region. Each the competition of the red by cattle breeding nails. Modernization machines and equipment on livestock farms. Thank you to your attention.
Thank you very much. So when I'm talking about not reading, I'm really talking about it. It's not a joke. So please be aware that it is not allowed just to read. Because if so, we cannot understand whether you have understood what you are talking about or not. And I suppose so for the jury members, it's almost the same. So I hope now that we will get some questions. Please.
So I have some questions. First one is about way, how we can organize animal stock. You choose intensive or extensive way of developing this branch of agriculture economy.
May I switch to Ukraine?
Please, please. In Ukraine, not read. Just not read. Just tell us something, anything about
Ukrainian, please.
Проблема в переводе, правильно? Ладно. Тогда, наверное, перевод вопроса.
Питання стосувалося того, яким шляхом розвивати тваринництво, інтенсивним чи екстенсивним?
Інтенсивним. Я вважаю, що потрібно розвивати інтенсивним тваринництво.
Можна далі? Наступне питання стосувалося саме показників, де показували, що рівень надоїв зменшився в 3 рази, але кількість поголів'я зменшилась більше, ніж 7 разів, якщо я не помиляюся. При цьому
livestock increased several times. So at the same time in the data, what you showed was that the milk yield from small farms was decreasing, but from agri holdings at first it dropped, and then it started to like gradually increase by tons of milk per year. Why do you think there's a drop in households, and why do you think agri holdings are now increasing this capacity of milk yield? It's connected to the number of small households which deal with milk animal farming, and then agro holdings, they started growing. One more question, if I may. If we talk about subsidies, dotations to livestock farming, as we know, Ukraine's budget has a big deficit now. Where do you think this money for these subsidies could be taken? From investments, for instance, from abroad, if there were foreign investors who would invest in Ukraine, huh? And one more question, a last one. When we talk about investments, do you think that for agro holdings should invest in livestock sector, maybe like do it from scratch, or do you think that they maybe somehow should focus on plants? I think they need to invest in animal husbandry, because this is one of the key sectors and industries, and I think it would give good benefits to everyone, both to us and to foreign countries. So I will rephrase the question. If you were an investor, where would you invest your own money, and why? maybe in detail. I would invest in livestock husbandry, because European experience shows that this is very, very successful, and we need to connect, we need to involve regional approaches to the development of this sector. So we need to also balance this industry. For instance, now our country is a more agricultural country, and I think that this livestock complex needs to be improved further on. Why do you think our animal husbandry sector is now like in decline? What do you think has led to this like decrease in the development of this sphere? And what do you think should be done to improve it? We need to improve the material basis of these enterprises. We need to renew production processes, take European experience, and maybe we also need to do some cooperations. So these are the factors that you think they prevent this sphere from developing. Yes, yes. Anything else do you think? I think if we do this, it will be enough. How about the situation in the country, stability, that kind of stuff? So there's lack of stability. So this sector will be slowed down. But once it stabilizes, once there's more stability, maybe this sector will grow better. Yeah, let's hope for that.
Maybe our jury members would like to ask something. Do we have any?
I have one question.
У мене є запитання, якщо можна.
Так, будь ласка.
About the reduction of milk production in 90s in Ukraine from about 80 million ton to nearly 2 million ton. How can you explain these reductions, especially by the agriculture enterprises? It is the first question. And the second question is, can you explain the difference in the milk consumption, for example, in Ukraine, in Germany? So in Germany, the milk consumption is about 250 liters milk per person. In Ukraine, it's less as 100 liters. How could you explain it as well? Thank you.
Ну, на мою думку, в Німеччині.
In my opinion, in Germany, there's more consumption of milk in Germany and less in Ukraine, because currently in Ukraine, less milk is produced, so dairy products are expensive for the population. And maybe this is the reason there's less consumption of milk and dairy products in Ukraine.
Okay, some more questions or some comments maybe?
And the economic reason for the, excuse me, and what about the economic reason for the milk reduction in Ukraine as well?
Можливо, обмеження асортиментом випуску молочної продукції.
Maybe it was 1990. What happened? Ukraine was at the stage when it became independent, and that's the reason why. And what was the reason? What happens in a country when it changes? What happens? Happens. Crisis, yes. Economic instability, crisis, yes. Yes. Economic instability of the country happens. Mr. Alexander, I know you're an expert in the dairy market. Maybe you could make some comments so that it would also make sense, like these economic reasons that you were.
So from my point of view, the main reason for the reduction of milk is first of all its consumption. So due to the incomes by populations, they have not enough money to buy milk and milk products, especially cheese or high value milk products. The second reason is of course competitions. So we have some restriction on the milk market, especially in the 90s. So in that time, the milk producer was not allowed to sell the milk from one region to another region. Of course, today we don't have any problem with this, but in the 90s, it was the main problem. So in the 90s, we don't have any competition between milk processors. And the last, from my point of view, of course, the investment in the new production technology, in new equipment, and especially the lack of money by agricultural producer. So especially agriculture enterprise couldn't invest due to some financial problems in the enterprises. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you for your explanation. So I have seen, I think that was Andrei Getia who would like to ask something, please.
No, actually, I have no more questions because I've heard the answer from other people.
Okay, everything is okay. Do we have some more questions or comments or whatever? No, we don't.
Maria, I would like to ask.
Please.
What was the conclusion of this presentation? After the presentation, we need to understand something to have maybe steps or something. Can you please summarize in 2 sentences?
Okay, so you could probably summarize just a couple of words about our future development in this area.
To develop the dairy industry in Ukraine, we need, first of all, to increase.
So for milk production development is necessary to increase the level of animals feeding and their labels ration. Enrich the competition of the area to culture, breeding, provide state support in the form of subjects and land for the development in dairy farming, modernization machines, and question on livestock farms.
That's all.
That's
okay.
all.
So thank you very much. I hope that next time we will see already at least a little bit increase and not decrease in this area, and hopefully we will be able to discuss it in a better way. So we have read the comments in the chat about the English language. We will take it to information, of course, and we encourage all the participants as they can participate in English. So if you cannot, of course, our jury member will also make a point or make not a point, plus or minus in evaluation of your work. It's clear, I suppose, for all of us. So thank you for your comments. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering our questions. So now we will proceed to the jury members and ask you to give us your note. So please, the first we will ask Mr. York, Simon.
Yes, I give a mark 4.
4, okay, thank you. Victoria? 4, okay. Mr. Getia? 4. Mrs. Getia?
I give 3. I give 3.
3, sorry, I'm very sorry. 3, it's okay. Olga Getia?
3.
3, okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kaliberda?
3.
3, thank you. Mr. Koval?
Оцінка 3.
Thank you. Mr. Перехожук? 4. Thank you. Mr. Pugachev? 4. I see. And Lina Shurevich, please.
3.
3. Okay. And Katya?
3.
3. Thank you very much. 3 plus, it's okay. It's a good note. Thank you very much. So now we will see the result. Okay, the general result is 3.4. Thank you. Who would like to be the next, please? It's okay. Everything is fine. We are not biting you. Just do your best. You can speak. We have already heard you. You have already told us a lot of things. You have already asked the question. You have already understood a lot. We have done our best to get you used to this language. It's okay. Even if you cannot tell anything in language we want to hear from you, you can try it, at least try to do it. And answering after that this question, probably in English, probably in Ukrainian, but it's not a problem. Just be active and do your best.
First of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me to this competition. I am very satisfied for this performers, if it's possible to say. I feel that my English level is improved every minute. So let's get started. The topic of my report is a strategic model of agricultural land market development. Transformation of the state economy to market conditions has significantly affected the agro-industrial complex and significantly changed the land relation in agriculture, which mainly depends on the social land relations. The legal concept of land as an estate object determined by the fact of at the present stage the transition to the liquidation of the state monopoly of state ownership of a land has radically changed the nature and content of land relations. Next. And now let's talk about analysis of existing situation from the point of view of agrarian politics. As we know, land market reforms the following function. The first is information. It's information about the prices, demand, supply, and other data. The second is price determining. Equilibrium prices are set for a land plot. The third is the investment, increasing of the investment attractiveness of land users. The fourth is a distribution of land resources between areas of activity. And the fifth is intermediary, interrelation between land supply and demand. What is the main conditions of the development of agrarian land market? The main conditions is sound like land should be recognized as a special commodity. The second is observe the principle of private ownership of land which is under government regulation. And the third is establishment of the free disposal boundaries of land ownership. Nowadays, land market reform is coming to a new stage. As we know, according to the law adopted on March 31, 2020, The moratorium of the sale of agricultural land will be lifted from June 2021, except, of course, for state-owned land. This chart shows the circumstances the prohibition is applied to. I think you want this. So next. Presentation of successful European experience. As we know, Europe has a good experience of land market representative. According to foreign experience, the effectiveness of agricultural land market involves free regulated land turnover, competition between agriculture products who has different level of the agricultural production, and difference between organization of his work in some ways of doing agricultural activities, and the differentiation of these producers according to the level of profitability of their production activities. Next. And now I want to tell my recommendation for further development of land market. The first is to take the inventory of agricultural land in use, to check existing lease, emphytesis agreements for their terms, preemptive rights and risks, to review existing agribusiness corporate structures for the impact of accepted restrictions and further needs for restructuring of changing the corporate models for the asset to be acquired, and to check the relationship with credit instructions for compliance with the requirement of a new law. And I hope that the law will help to launch further rapid reforms of essential parts of land market regulation, including the adoption of a referendum law, the regulation land management, and of course additional safeguards to protect maker participant. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. So you have chosen a very interesting topic, I suppose, that now maybe we will have many questions, hopefully. Yes, so probably we will start in our hall, please.
So I have a question. The first one is about future model of agriculture sector with military. Is it possible to create a future model with market of rent?
I think it's possible because all reforms which exist and which starting to work must be increased production or many other ability to develop land market and land uses.
Thank you very much. Some more questions? Probably somebody else? Come on, I believe that you can ask a lot of questions about land market. It's such an important topic right now in Ukrainian agriculture sector. Just use the possibility.
It's very interesting for him.
Of course it is. So please.
The second question is ways how we can popularize agri sector for investment. In which ways? Is it industrial parks or maybe free taxes zones? How you can see the future?
Yes, a good question. I agree with you that there are a lot of methods of increasing the development of agricultural in market reform. I think that, no, of course, we have many natural resources, and they are important, and many investors want to work with them, and I think they have a lot of variants how to use our land in positive sense, of course.
Okay, thank you. One more question about balance between animal stock and plant growing. How we can reach this balance, because today agriculture sector is unbalanced.
Today all is unbalanced. I think that if we can we can do a model which are balanced all member, if it's normally to say, of our environments, our natural our nature of all. We can balance it, of course, but it's difficult time to say the concrete words about this.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Thank you.
The last one, maybe.
I see already some other questions. Of course, so probably we will start with Mr. Kaliberda.
Дозволите питання?
One second. Зараз дамо слово пану Олександру Каліберді і потім вам, пане Коваль, якщо можна. So, please, Mr. Kaliberda.
Olga, thank you for interesting presentation. I have two quick questions. One is, you didn't say anything about possible risk of land concentration during the privatization process. Do you have any comments on this? Because if we
Yes.
take, let me just finish. If you take, let's say 42 million hectares of Ukrainian agricultural land and divide these 42 millions by 10,000, the maximum size per person, theoretically there is a risk that Ukrainian agricultural land could be owned by 4,200 people in the country. And the second question is about foreign ownership. Do you have any ideas whether this is beneficial or whether foreign ownership should be restricted for a long, long time? I would appreciate your comments on these two questions.
Thank you. Very interesting questions. The first question is about the risks, but in my presentation, I want to concentrate my attention on positive ways of this reform. So we talk today a lot about risks. Positive, it's too good. And can you repeat second?
The second question was about ownership of agricultural land for foreign citizens. Let me rephrase it. Do you support this idea, or you think this is more negative and more risky development.
I support with this idea. The foreigners is also good farmers, I sure in this case, and they can use our land, our resources in a right way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koval, please. It's your turn.
Дякую. Колеги, я хочу подякувати Ользі за її доповідь змістовно. Я пам'ятаю її роботу при попередній оцінці. Одне
I
запитання.
want to ask her for a nice presentation. Mr. Kaliberda stole one of my questions, but I still have one other. Do you think Ukrainian farmer is competitive with a foreign investor when they buy land? Do they have equal access to financial resources or not?
So, ми підвисли, але нічого. Let's proceed. I suppose that the question was whether you think that the Ukrainian farmers and foreigner investors are in the same situation, whether the Ukrainians and the foreigners will have the same access to the land market, or do they have some beneficial probably issues or not, or maybe Ukrainian are in some beneficial situation?
I think that Ukrainians is a better farmer, if it's possible to say, because it's our land, our wealth, and it have maybe more experience to work with our land, and they know more about climate, about forecasting, about many which influence to the national resources and using of.
Okay, thank you. I have seen the question from Katya Dels. Yes, that's right.
Yes, maybe one more question. You have pointed out a few measures as conclusion in the end of your presentation. From my point of view, these are more measures going into land management issues, not so much in agrarian strategy. If we talk about agrarian development, I would like to ask you, what do you expect with the opening of the land market? Where do you see advantages and disadvantages with respect to the development of the agricultural sector? And I let you answer first because I forgot my second question.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with it.
Of course, there is a lot of advantages and disadvantages of this referendum and this law. Too many time this conflict is going, but the disadvantages, it's maybe too hard using of our land, and lost his useful qualities, maybe, and maybe foreigners want very much of our territory, that law is good to protect our territory for too hard using of foreigners.
Thank you. Katya, have you understood the meaning in general?
Sort of, but I expected something else. Maybe I can comment a little bit. Maybe one advantage of an opening of the land market is that farmers can get owners and they can take land as collateral in order to get credits. That's actually one of the main issues why this land market opening is in discussion, to bring more financial capacities into the agricultural sector. This is what I would have expected as a major point in your analysis if you talk about agrarian development. Aside of that, yeah, the question of foreigners is not on the table at the moment, as we know, so I will not comment on that. I give back to Maria, and I suppose you will go into the voting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Some more comments or questions or whatever? Do we have any? Okay, maybe the last question, your opinion in general. How would you estimate our preparational status for opening the land market? Are we already in the situation we can open it? I suppose in 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah. Could we manage it? What is your opinion?
No, this process is not very quickly. There are a lot of time to do this process effectively and productive.
Okay, let's hope we will have this time, because if nothing will happen in 3 weeks, we will have our market open, and then we will see whether your strategy is right or wrong. So hopefully it's right. And right now we can proceed with our evaluation, please. Simon 3. Okay, I see. Then Victoria. 3. 3. I see. Sorry. Andrigeta. 3. Thank you. Olga. 3. Thank you very much. Alexander Kaliberda.
I will give 2 this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Koval.
Оцінка 2.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. Mr. Перехожук. 3. I see. Mr. Pugachев. 4. 4. I see 4. Okay. And Lina. Lina Shurevich. Lina, please.
3.
3. Thank you very much. And Katya? 3. Okay. Thank you a lot. I think this topic is also one of the most beloved topics in our competition. So there were no competition without this topic of land market. Hopefully next time, next year, we will discuss already about our future steps in this area after the moratorium was lifted. So our general note is it will come. Okay, I see 2.9. Thank you very much. Thank you. Who would like to be the next? You know, I have a list. Okay, please.
Hello. Hello, my name is Nela, and today I am Kusanko. I am talking about traditional or organic agricultural production, challenges and possibilities, particularly in the context of the European Union Green Agreement. This slide about what is exactly a green agreement. So you can look for a second. And this picture is exactly what I am trying to talk about. And I am trying to bring your opinion to this phrase here. Is intensive farming gives higher yields, but organic practices deliver other benefits. It's, in my opinion, it's a key phrase for my essay. So global change in the development of the world economy are closely connected with innovative methods of agricultural production. In contrast to traditional intensive agriculture in recent decades, humanity has considered organic farming as a convincing alternative model in the context of improving the quality of natural soil fertility, production of organic products for complete, safe and healthy human nutrition, and preserving the environment, that is introducing a better model of land management which meets the vital interest of society in a better way. In dynamic development of organic agriculture in the world is largely due to increasing demand of organic products at the global agri-food market, where the part of organic segment is growing 5 times faster each year than the global market in general. According to experts, in the nearest future, the volume of world trade of inorganic agricultural food may reach $200 billion. European farmers have the opportunity to develop organic farming because the state provides them with significant financial support. In Europe, the average amount of such financial support is 300 euros per hectare. Why is it so important? Everyone understands that is the first years of organic farming, the yield is not as high as in traditional agriculture, and farmer is not yet able to sell their products as organic during the transition period. As it is known, our farmers did not have such support from the state, but on April 15th, 2021, after the 3-day of 5th International Congress Organic Ukraine 2021, together with representatives of the Swiss Cooperation Office, of the Swiss Embassy in Ukraine, and the project German-Ukrainian Cooperation in Organic Agriculture Economy. According to Deputy Minister of Economy, Trade and Agriculture of Ukraine, Taras Vysotsky, who pointed out that it is planned to invest 50 million hryvnias in the development of organic production in 2021. After launching this program, the amount can be increased by redistribution, whatever from other programs on the basis of analysis of its use by farmers. Financial support will be provided in the amount of 5,000 hryvnias per hectare of arable land and per head of cattle. Farmers will also be reimbursed up to 30% of the cost spent on organic production certification. In many countries around the world, organic production is an important component of the national economy. In Ukraine, 1% of land used for organic farmers allows us to export environmentally friendly products for 100 million euros. Organic products must be considered not only from an economic point of view, but also from the point of view of environmental protection, as well as new job formation, as organic production requires more manual labor than traditional. Besides, organic production should take into account not only consumer health, but nation in general. Nowadays in Ukraine, organic production is concentrated mainly in family farms, which in area from 0.20 to 2 hectares. The main direction of small producers, it's growing berries and vegetables, green crops, animal husbandry, dairy sector, baking bread. Only a few companies have a land bank of several thousand hectares. Such farms are engaged in growing grain and oilseeds plants and their processing. They have strong fodder resources for stock breeding and develop the dairy sector. As an organic horticulture, one should say that is one of the direction of organic production which allows to receive high quality vitamin safe production as well as high profit using small areas with medium yield of 45 tons per hectare, for example, apples, pears. The fruits can be sold fresh and processed products either. In particular, for organic gardens, one should consider the following processing options: juices, concentrates, baby food, jams, drying. For example, the farm Golden Parman, which is located on town of Korab in the Chernihiv region, export its organic juices to Europe in partially sells them on the domestic market. Here you can see these products in the picture. Demand for dried organic products is very high both in Ukraine and abroad. In Europe, there is a trend of so-called snacks, a significant proportion of which is dried fruits and vegetables. As a rule, the cost of organic food production products is from 2 to 2.5 times higher than the products cost grown on the basis of traditional intensive technology. In my opinion, the Ministry of Economic Development, Trade and Agriculture of Ukraine should intensify its work on organic production. Its main responsibilities should be to form a consolidated position of the organic sector, to coordinate the work within the ministry and between the authorized state bodies, which is involved in the development of bylaws in the field of organic production, and should further perform state control and supervision. The implementation of a national system of control and certification of organic agricultural production will contribute to establishment of an effective model of industrial support for the organic sector, which is focused on the innovative way of the domestic agricultural sector development. The association agreement between Ukraine and the European Union opens new possibilities for the expansion of organic agricultural production and the development of the organic products market. Section 17, Agriculture and Rural Development of this intergovernmental document states that cooperation should promote modern and sustainable agricultural production, but taking into account the protection of environment and animals, in particular while applying organic production methods, increase the competitiveness of the agricultural sector, market efficiency, and investment condition, as well as promote agricultural products quality policy. Thus, the study of the main trends of the development of organic agricultural production in Ukraine shows that despite the lack and appropriate legislation, the area of organic land is growing dynamically, significantly exceeding the pace of global change in growth under organic farming. The domestic model of certified organic agriculture is formed in two main directions. The first is represented by large and medium-sized farms, which with a focus on foreign and domestic agri-food markets. The second is formed by farms mainly to meet the needs of the domestic markets. This is also a need for an active state educational policy to raise public awareness of organic products, healthy lifestyles, and the promotion of organic food, development of appropriate credit programs, and providing tax benefits for the development of the organic market and stimulation all its operators. Development of special educational programs for training highly qualified specialists in the field of cultivation, processing, and sale of organic products. The state policy in the field of development of organic production should first of all be aimed at setting prices for organic products taking into account of economic efficiency of production and effective demand of the population of Ukraine, developing sales channels, persuading the public in the benefits of organic products, developing organizational structures of the market, and adopting national standards for inspections and certification of organic production in the agricultural sector. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. We were almost in time, but still, I'm repeating, please. I really expect not to read.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. But at least
I'm
summarizing
nervous.
would be nice to hear your opinion, not only everything written. But still, I hope we will have some questions. So please.
I have a question. There is in Ukraine two positions. For example, a Ukrainian Club of Agrarian Business said that Green Deal is the great rule which help to Ukrainian farmers earn more money, per hectare. But opposite Syngenta said that Syngenta is the biggest chemical company in the world. So Ukrainian office said that Ukrainian farmers use use 50% of the pesticide of the European farmers. That mean that Ukraine doesn't match to this law, because we already use these norms for our country. So what do you think? Which way we have to follow? Thank you.
Which way? Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Maybe
You
just
have
to
a large
summarize, do
question.
you propose two ways? Which ones? Which ways?
We have two waves.
Uh-huh.
First waves, we follow the rules of the Green Deal, and opposite.
Okay, I understand. In my opinion, I am on the side of organic production, because we don't know exactly how pesticides can influence to our body and health for each people and in general for a nation. So I am the side of organic production.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some more questions, please.
How do you think in the nearby future the demand for organic production in Ukraine will increase, or people will stand for traditional production?
I really hope that people will change their mind and that they can assume the organic production, because I already told about the social awareness about this huge question. So I don't know exactly what expected, what will we expect in the future, but.
Thank you. Do you think only the awareness is a problem, or maybe it's also the price for organic products?
Or also a price. The price of organic is much higher than traditional way of growing plants.
Okay, I see Victoria. Victoria Müller, please.
Yes, you told us about the Green Deal, the European Green Deal. And one part of the Green Deal is that a quarter of the whole land should be organic, or organic farming should be on 1/4 of the land. Do you think that's realistic for Ukraine?
Honestly, I think in near future, it's not realistic for Ukraine, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have one question here still, and after that, we will come to Mr. Kaliberda. Okay, please.
Okay, I have a question about periods. You know, when you grow traditional products and you want to grow organic product, there is some periods of shifts, and these periods of shifts, organic products, it's still not organic, and the productivity of 1 hectare will be lower. So how we can help farmers that just started growing this production, organic production?
So maybe you could tell your ideas about some instruments maybe provided by our state for supporting farmers during this transition period.
Sorry, I don't understand. He said the shift.
It's shifting between normal production, so convenient production, and organic production. It's like transition phase.
And what was the question?
How should or could our state or whatever or whoever support farmers during this period of time when they cannot still yet sell their products as organic ones, but they still have loss yield and maybe loss productivity?
I think it's all about investments. So we can, I already told that as a minister, our deputy minister, Taras Vysotsky, he decided to give 50 millions hryvnias. It's not a lot of money, but it's something. So I think we should ask for more money.
So, okay, more state support, I suppose that was the answer. Yeah, more state support for this
more state
transitional
support
phase. Thank you. Please, Alexander.
Nelia, thank you for very interesting work that you've prepared. One question that I have is not related to this presentation, but to the text of your written thesis. You have not provided any sources of information there. May I ask, where did you get all this information?
That's a good point.
I'm not expected of this question, this kind of question. Honestly, I have a teacher from my university. She is preparing information for organic growing way, and she gave me, and there was a lot of paper. So on internet we haven't an information about this topic.
Okay, thank you. Because yes. I mean, the way the written work and your presentation is prepared, it's clear that there was some advice or information that is coming from inside the organic sector movement in Ukraine, because looking at internet, one cannot get such a structured combination of things. And last question, I was puzzled, really puzzled by one phrase which was in your written work, but then you repeated it in your presentation. You said the following, that the state policy should be, first of all, aimed at setting prices for organic products, taking into account the economic efficiency of production and effective demand of population. And I'm really puzzled by this phrase in the entire presentation. Can you explain this? What do you mean by setting prices?
I mean that the prices for products that have a mark like bio, organic, or natural, eco, or something like this. This pricer is really huge and three to three times higher than not normal production, but
conventional ones.
Yes. So I think, in my opinion, we can just set the price down a little bit.
So you mean fix the price?
Yes.
So that the price will not be so high?
Yes, not as high.
Okay, interesting idea. Thank you. Actually, yesterday we have a big forum, organic forum on the exhibition Agro 2021, and we haven't discussed this topic about fixing prices, but I think so for the future, who knows, maybe that would be the topic. But still, maybe the last question from my side, how would you see in the future? Should organic production in Ukraine be most oriented on consumers in Ukraine or for export?
I think in Ukraine, but also for export. As I notice, now people more interested in the way they are, the way what food they buy and they consume. So I think it's all about time. We need more time to think about this.
Okay, let's hope. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Simon, please.
Yeah, one last one question from my side. Can you just shortly repeat on how many land Ukraine does organic agriculture? Just roughly, because I didn't listen. You might have said it already in your presentation, but I missed it somehow.
That was about how many hectares?
Yeah, how many hectares? How many hectares?
Okay,
1% of.
Okay, this equals around how many hectares? But 1% is already enough. Yeah, it's okay. It's
okay.
We will
a little bit.
It's a little bit below 1%. It's but it's
Okay.
close. It's close.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's close,
you can
okay.
calculate.
I will. Thank you.
400,000. 400,000.
Thank
Okay,
you very
thanks a
much.
lot, Alexander.
Thank you. Let's hope that it will grow and we'll have even more than we expect, and that this issue will be even more popular in the future, because also organic is something which topic which we have almost every year. So as land, as organic, and insurance, let's see what we will have next year. But now I would like to ask our jury members to vote. So please, Simon, the first one is 2. Thank you. Then Victoria. Victoria, I cannot see. Your mark is 2 as well? 2, okay. Then Andrei Geta.
The same with me.
2. Thank you very much. Olga Geta.
2.
2. Thank you very much. Alexander Kaliberda.
Nelia, you get 3, and 1 there is because it's organic. Yeah, so you get 3, and 1 was a bonus.
Thank you very much. Mr. Koval, please.
Оцінка 4.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Перехожок. 2. Thank you very much. Mr. Pugachev, I see 3. Yes, it's okay. 3. Okay, and Lina Shurevich. Lina? Lina? Lina, come to us. Okay, maybe she will come a little bit later. Then Katya?
3.
3. Okay, we have 3, and we'll contact Lina now. Lina? It will come. So what is the result? But it's really very interesting that we have the same topics almost every year. And it shows us that the interest in some areas is ongoing, like the area of organic production, the area of landmark, the area of insurance. Actually, some tourism must be also somewhere between these topics, and hopefully we will hear another one interesting topic or two interesting topics which are left. So what about Lina? Oh, Lina.
Да, я вибачаюсь, один.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lina. So what is the result? Okay, we have 2.4. Thank you very much. It's a good result. Thank you. So we have 2 participants left. Who would like to be the first? Come on.
Hello for everyone. My name is Kristina Pavlenko-Didor, Odessa State Agrarian University. And my presentation is very short and simple, but she have a very well-defined message. It's in Russian. Спасение утопающих — дело рук самих утопающих.
It means
in
that
English,
basically the saving of the drowning man is the task of the drowning man.
In English, simple cooperation. Okay. Agriculture is one of the main components of Ukraine economy. According to the State Statistics Service, in 1919, the share of the agri-instruction complex in the country's GDP was about 14%. More than 14% of Ukraine exports are agriculture products. However, the numbers should be much higher. Many problems complicate to the growth rate of the agriculture sector: economic, social, political, and technologies in the screen. In our option, there is not need to look to the quality, and we need to set our responsibility. The responsibility of everyone who is want to be involved in the agriculture sector. We can only this cooperation. And what should we do? Platform cooperation. Platform AgriWay. It's our idea, I can say. What is it? Platform AgriWay portal for uniting current and future farmers to create, develop, and scale business. The platform will unite such definition. Find an idea to create your own form of get a really business plan. Get advice from any specialist on the relevant issue. Online school. For each experience in the application of new technologies and implementation assistant. Shop of new and used equipment. Forum for live communication and exchange of idea. Many function. First is technologies. The latest technologies with a detailed description and video of the employment. Techniques, shop of new and used equipments. Forum for exchange of view and contact supports of technical and practice. Create a new enterprises. differentiation of type of products, placement for idea for the production of new products of the agriculture sector, and learning platform for new agriculture professionals, for beginning businessmen, for trends and novelties of the sector. The platform will be only not will be only a place for exchange of experience, but become a strong center for the training of compatible profession and provides the agriculture sector with many specialists like city farmer, biohacker, drone operator, agro-engineer, agriculture ecologist, cybernetics. It's more information. Yeah, I think you, if you need, we will look about this professional. Future research is needed to create the full functionality of the platform, but it is clear that this will be a demand now. If it is very difficult to start an agriculture business from start stage until you find connection, get first experience, take a lot of time, and make many mistakes. A platform for cooperation is a great idea for the development of the agriculture sector as a whole. That's say of one of my farmer of Odessa region. Thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you for your attention. It's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for presenting your idea. Actually, it's one work which was not previously read by our jury members. Sorry, next time we will be on time with it, but still I hope that it was very interesting. And so right now you have the possibility to ask the question about this new project. Of course, please.
I have a question about demography and the cooperation. How cooperation can solve the problem of rural territory and how it can change the...
Слово 2018 года, знаете какое? Digitalization.
English, please.
Digitalization, the new word of 2018.
Yes, in English, okay. I think cooperation, it must be digital. Its platform is digital platform, and many people have. It's not only information resource. It's very with your place on this platform, with your cabinet, with your forum, and it's cooperation in digital sphere.
So why people still leave villages, even if there is a digitalization in 2018? Why people leave village?
In Russian, please.
Чому люди залишають
Why
села?
people leaving villages? Why people leaving villages, even though
навіть коли існує digitalization?
Digitalization has been here since 2018. Actually, two trends are happening here. First, people are forced to leave villages, and then there's another trend when people are moving to villages. So it's both ways, yeah. So far, we have a trend when there are small corporations, just a suburban areas, so to speak, in the suburbs, some villages in the suburbs of cities. But this trend is moving further and further, and very recently in one of I was also asked to move to a village recently, and I was actually considering this option. And if we talk about people who are like 50 or older, a lot of them are thinking about this, but the question is different about digitalization. And I think that people are leaving villages, not because they don't have enough digitalization, but because of social conditions, salary, also poor infrastructure, and so on. This trend has nothing to do with that.
doesn't solve the problem with infrastructure, with wages, with salaries?
Да, платформа не решает этих проблем,
Yes, the
конечно же.
platform is not solving these problems,
Но она решает много
but
других
it's
проблем.
solving a lot of other problems.
Like?
Каких проблем?
What
Ну, например,
problems? Well, for example, this is like this market, this common total market for machinery.
не только новые.
But not only new machinery, but also second-hand machinery.
Вы считаете, что все там
Okay,
сейчас...
so you think that like what everybody's what just okay, look, it's like that. It's not that whether it's working or not working, it's working piece by piece, like gradually. It's not just one place where you come and get everything, you know?
Probably the instrument which will help us to get this all information somehow gathered together and being developed in the best way for producers. So, do we have some other questions, comments, or something else from our jury member? Do we? No? Okay, so thank you very much. That was an interesting information, interesting startup, maybe, interesting platform. But still, yes, still we will get the note. I suppose it would be interesting still for you to be informed about the evaluation. So Simon has 3. Okay, thank you very much. Victoria has 3. Thank you. Andrei Geta has 3. Thank you. Olga Geta.
Just a moment. 3.
3. Thank you. Alexander Kaliberda.
2.
2. Thank you. Pavlo Koval.
Оцінка 2.
Thank you. Then Alexander Перехожук. 4. Okay. Pane Pugachev. 3. I see. Thank you very much. And Lina Shuravich.
3.
Thank
3.
you. 3. And Katya. 3. Yes, it's 3. Okay. Thank you very much. What is the result now? What do we have? Okay, we have 2.9. Yes, thank you very much. It's a good result. Thank you. So now we will come still to our last presentation. Last but not least, please.
Insurance as a tool of risk minimization in the agriculture sectors of Ukrainian economy. Agriculture is traditionally considered a risk of activity, as it is almost impossible to predict the success of the results of the agriculture produced. This industry directly depends on weather and climatic conditions, national disasters, as a result of which the enterprise of the agricultural sector are consistently under an influence of various risks. The agricultural sector is an important part of Ukraine's economy, so its insurance protection against possible losses due to various risks is an urgent problem. The most effective tool for risk management in agriculture, which combines the interest of market participants in the agriculture sector and state, is agriculture insurance. Ukrainian agriculture insurance is going a difficult part of formation, and this is clearly confident by the fact that the Ukrainian agriculture sectors is developing rapidly, and the volume of included products is not inside.
Could you tell us something, maybe not to read, but to tell?
The development of agriculture insurance in Ukraine depends as on the main strategy directions of the state development in our country. Agriculture has a higher potential as 70% of land is used in agriculture and production. One of the effective and reliable tools for risk management in agriculture is agriculture insurance. Today's the level of crop insurance in Ukraine is poor development and is only 2 and 3% of the total sum in 2090. Agricultural product received yuan 9 million in insurance payments. The largest payments were received by the oven in Khmelnytsky, Cherkasy, Ternopil, and Zaporizhia regions. Regarding payments in terms of crops, the largest share in the total payments of the market. Winter rape insurance contacts the second place in occupied by with but insurance contracts in third place, sugar beet insurance contracts. Of particular note is the international practice of agriculture insurance. So most agriculture land is insurance in the United States. About 85% second place take Canada, which reaches almost 75%, and then Spain takes the third place, which is 65%. Agriculture insurance system is now America and Europe, country USA. Federal Harvest Insurance Corporation, Department of Agriculture. The federal crop insurance program includes agricultural insurance against from the budget 60% of insurance premiums, control over the organizer of risk reinsurance, providing reinsurance of more than 14% of risk of the again industry abroad. Country Canada, state corporation for agriculture risk insurance, insurance combination, the state harvest insurance program including the following subsidy saving for farmers, implementation of the income sample programs, the control of the organizing of reinsurance. Country Italy, France, Australia, Germany. The state and mutual insurance companies, the state expense control of the insurance, the reinsurance protection of agriculture production, insurance companies, a development of insurance production to ensure the risk of farmers. There is so system of affection agrarian risk insurance in Ukraine, yet about a consistent strategy for developing the infrastructure of the insurance sector, expanding the rank and quality of insurance products. Rational state support will help state a system of agriculture risk management that can solve various complex issues. The study allows us to draw the following concerns. One, the development of agriculture insurance can have positive social consequences when an agriculture production knows that in the event of a partial or complete loss of the crop, he can count of a quality combination. To insurance is designed to provide charms fluctuations in income of the agriculture experience. 3. Insurance is the loss free point of the process of agriculture production. Insurance improves the access of agriculture product to credit resource. Insurance companies must provide insurance service which full ensure the club interest of policyholders.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I still try to encourage you to tell us something, but maybe next time. So please be aware for the future. I'm already on thinking about doing something about disqualification or something like this. Then you just read your work, because, you know, I'm absolutely sure that you can do it. You can tell us something. You can do it in your own words. Just try, because without it, in the future, you will not be able always to be prepared for any conversation, any presentation, any discussion. Just try to think about it and to put your opinion in your own words. It will help you in the future, I'm absolutely sure. But still, we are on the very interesting topic as well, as we have already done with insurance. Maybe we have some more questions to this topic. I see somebody else. Okay, let's start with Victoria.
I've got one question. Insurance is maybe an important point or an important tool to minimize the risk, but did you also thought about other tools to minimize risk, or do you know some tools how to minimize risk beside of insurance?
Your ideas?
Українською можна?
Страхування – це один з важливих інструментів щодо
Insurance is one of the important tools to minimize risks. Are you aware of some other instruments and tools that could minimize the risks in addition to insurance?
Чи ви вважаєте, що страхування – це найважливіше, найбільше?
Or do you think insurance is the most important? Yes, it is.
Comments from your side, what instruments have you mentioned, or would you like to be mentioned?
Did you ask? Yes, I just want to mention all the tools on farm level, like plant varieties, diversification, or if you've got a good year and earn a lot of money, put some money into the bank for the bad years. So there are a lot of different tools and opportunities, and I thought while reading your text, it sounds little bit like insurance are the only way to minimize risk. So that was the reason why I asked, and I would like to mention also the other tools.
Okay, thank you very much. So probably next time we will also discuss some other tools, some other instruments, not only insurance, for the future for Ukrainian agriculture. Do we still have one more question, please?
I have a question about your statistic data, because there was that companies insure just 2-3% of wheat. So why it's not so interesting for big companies like agro-holdings, because agro-holdings produce wheat, why they don't insurance their products?
Українською.
Як ви вважаєте, чому агрохолдинги не так активно користуються таким інструментом, як агрострахування, хоча вони виробляють більшу частину?
How come agro-holding companies don't use insurance as much as one would expect them to? For most of the plant growing in Ukraine.
Вони такі самовпевнені, в них все добре, чи дорого?
Are they so, or is it perhaps too expensive for them? Perhaps is it too expensive for them? Perhaps too expensive for them.
Maybe, who knows? Maybe they have to calculate with more cost and it is not interesting for them. Let's do it like this. Some more comments, some more questions, maybe comments from our jury members. Simon, please.
Yes, it might be a little provocative question, but what do you think? What could happen with the contracted agri-insurance? The signed agri-insurance contracts after we will have starting from 1st of July an open soil market in Ukraine. Like what would you expect with agri-insurance contracts in the long term?
Як ви вважаєте, з відкриттям ринку землі з 1 липня, який ми очікуємо, що зміниться в контексті укладання угод про агрострахування? Як відкриття ринку землі вплине на ринок агрострахування, на вашу думку?
Позитивно вплине.
Позитивно означає, що буде укладатися більше
I think
угод?
the impact will be positive. More contracts will be signed.
Yes, I don't know exactly. Let's wait for the opening of the soil market, but this is my tendency to assume that in the long term, the agri-insurance concluded contract might go up. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have some more comments, questions? I don't see any. So then let's start with our last evaluation this time. So please, Simon, your note, your mark. Oh.
Oh, here.
Okay,
This
I
one.
see 4.
4, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then Victoria. What is your mark? It's 4. Thank you. Then Mr. Geta, your mark? It's 4. Thank you very much. Then Olga? 4. Thank you. Alexander Kaliberda?
3.
3. Thank you. Mr. Koval?
Оцінка 4.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Перехожук?
I gave 4.
4. I see. Mr. Pugachев? I see 4. Thank you very much. Mrs. Shurevich, Lina?
3.
3. Thank you. And
3.
Katya? 3. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your notes. Thank you for your presentation. What is the general result? Okay, I see 3.7. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, we are done with your presentation. I hope you feel yourself a little bit easier right now. It's okay. You have done your best. Thank you very much for many questions from our jury members, from our other colleagues here in our hall. So we are ready now, hopefully, for demonstrating the end result. Okay, the end result of this session, this presentational session today is the next one. Maybe we can do it, make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so hopefully you can see it. We have 9 participants. And on this table, you can see the sum of writing, evaluation of your papers, and also the sum of the presentation, which is yellow now. This is the sum from today's session. And after this, that the sum of total, as I have mentioned today, 70% will be done from your writing papers and 30% from your presentation today. So in total, we have the next result. So maybe I will talk about the first 3 places. On the 3rd place, I see Mr. Kulinichenko from Dmitro Mohyla Tavria State Agriculture University. Thank you very much. We are now on preparing certificates for you. It will take a couple of minutes. On the 2nd place is Mrs. Yanyuk from Umань National University of Horticulture. Thank you very much. And Our winner of today is Mrs. Balitska from Bila Cerkva National Agriculture University. Thank you very much. I hope that all the participants are satisfied with the results. You have all heard and see how that was. Now you know how it is to be there, to present there. To be in the best form, to be fit in doing presentation. It's only the training and practice and what we are doing now. So I know, so for many of you, it's the first experience of presentation, especially in English. Today, I hope that was just the first one, but not the last one, and you will do your best in the future. Right now, I would like to give the word to our jury members who would probably want to say a couple of words after this presentation. And I see that Alexander Kaliberda will be probably the first. So please.
Perhaps I will speak in Ukrainian, if you don't mind.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
Так. I think it'll be easier to express my thoughts. First of all, well, actually, I wanted to speak first because I need to go soon. Dear friends, dear participants, I'd like to start by saying that you're all winners. In my opinion, there wasn't a single work that wouldn't deserve attention. Everyone prepared to a fairly decent level, even though some marks perhaps didn't sound too good, but I'm sure you're still all winners. My only request for you for the future is as follows. Build your future based on the foundation of personal growth, studying, curiosity, and practicality of your knowledge. Make them practical. I lacked one element in all work, almost all, and that is practical application of your research. Try to be practical in the future. Otherwise, I again like to congratulate you with good results. Wish you success. Keep on working on what you like in life. It will all come in handy. Thank you very much for your support. Just to remind you, Alexander Kaliberda is an expert in organic agricultural project. That's why he has been so active commenting on this particular topic.
Thank you very much once again. So maybe somebody else from our jury members. I see Katya Dels, please.
Yes, thank you, Maria. I also have to leave. That's why I raised my hand. I'm glad I'm second now. I would like to not repeat everything that Alexander Kaliberda just said, because I agree with everything. He also said, try to be practical. I would like to add, try to be precise. In some of your presentations, I think they were a little bit too general. If you have a view, really also in a written paper, try to keep the red thread, as we say, at least in German, throughout your paper or your presentation. Aside of that, I would really like to comment also to the persons that have presented today and might be a little disappointed. Don't be so. I really had difficulties because every presentation had pros and cons, plus and minuses. I would like to point out, for example, the colleague, Mr. Kulinchenko, talking about globalization. I think your presentation in terms of PowerPoint adding this little survey. That was very professional, especially because you kept away from putting a lot of text on a slide, but you used PowerPoint actually the way it should be used in terms of really short messages as a tool of visualization. The same counts for the presentation talking about the snail business. I also very much enjoyed your little pictures in your presentation, and the two ladies that had movies in their presentation also. Maybe that doesn't reflect in the overall rating. That's why I explicitly wanted to mention this. And the second, of course, is that English language, some of you have the disadvantage not having had the possibility to practice that much as others. And that, of course, makes a difference in oral presentation. Thank you very much to all of you. I think you were very brave presenting to a large jury, and I wish you all the best. And as Alexei said, you are all winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katya. I support completely your opinion. And I would like to ask somebody else from our jury members, maybe, who would like to tell us something. Okay, is Mr. Sasse, I see, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear friends, colleagues, students, all we have gathered together today. I think it was a very successful event. Especially, I hope for you, you have presented today your visions, but also I would say thank you very much for professional work by jury members and also for preparation of this event. It counts for prolongation, for repeating in the next year. And to me personally, most important and most impressive have been your ambitions and your emotions. I mean, up to tears, coming up and telling your view on a subject on agriculture, future on agriculture policy. To me, it was very impressive, and I'm grateful that you have gone through that with us together today. I hope for you it was also an interesting and helpful experience. As said the speakers before me, I think the best recommendation for you, train your English. Train your experiences in presenting and use your universities. Go there back and tell them, we want to get more in this type of experiences and seminars in English so that you can express and train your experiences, and coming up next time maybe even better. And not only with us, but also with other events on the international. Maybe you have possibilities to go somewhere and to join an international event. This will be helpful for you. And another recommendation, if you allow. I've heard to most of you, not to all, but to most of you, and I read the papers. My recommendation is be structured. First of all, think about what is the issue you want to talk about. Describe the issue. What is needed? What is the deficit? Why are we making now this presentation, or you are making now this presentation? And the question is then, what type and what kind of policy interventions might be recommendable? What are you recommending? What should be the institution or the instrument responsible for implementation a certain policy regulation? This would be the second step. And then you can think about, as a third one, on what base you can propose something. It can be international experiences. So in France, it's like this. In the US, it's like that. In Germany, it's like that. And it can be, of course, scientific already knowledge, which is available. You can make quota and cite from there, and say, yes, because of international scientific results, we are proposing this or that. So, and finally, maybe to say a few words, what are you expecting then in terms of a vision, in terms of changing in the agriculture sector? So my recommendation be for the future a little bit more structured. Think 3 times about it. I would also like to propose go in contact with us if you have next time sometimes the opportunity to make a presentation the way as today and you feel uncomfortable, maybe with the support at your university, come back to us. We try to make some help, some assistance to you. So I wish you great success for your future. And as the speaker said already before me, yes, you are all the winners today. Nobody has lost here anything. You have gained a lot during these experiences. I would like to congratulate Mrs. Balitska. Well done, and hopefully we can then invite you for this mission to Germany when Corona restrictions are over. And to all others, thank you very much for participation and good luck for your future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sasse. Thank you. We have also received some good wishes from the other jury members, as from Victoria Müller, as from Lina Shurevich. Thank you very much for supporting us. As you have heard, Mr. Sasse has mentioned a lot of important things, what should be considered during the presentation, the preparation to this presentation. So be aware that it is not only the one possible time for you to participate in this competition here. You can try once again next year if you want. Right now, you know how does it work, you know how it looks like. So just be aware and prepare your work. It's always open for you and for your colleagues, and you might give in advance advice for anybody else who would like to prepare also the best hopefully work from your university next time. So just give him a hand and help to prepare good work. So do we have some other comments from the jury members? I do not see any. That's right. And right now we are ready for maybe close this session today with giving you the diplomas, the certificates. And I also would like to present you Mrs. Olga Getia, who was today also one of the jury members and who represent right now Agro-Osvita, sorry, still Agro-Osvita in my mind, but this center of higher and professional education where we are now. And as a host, we would like also you to participate in this inauguration, I might say. So first of all, we have prepared diplomas also for all of you who was today attended this event as diploma for participation, for active participation. I know that it might be important also for you when you are back to your university. So first of all, I would like to invite Mrs. Pavlenko, Didur, Christina. So maybe I will switch to Ukrainian, that would be easier. Ну, так, напевне, для того, щоб ми змогли зробити гарне фото.
So, also to do a good group photo at the end, so please stay on. Thank you for your participation.
Для вас книжку щодо фактів
в Німеччині. For you as well.
Бажаємо вам успіху з вашим стартапом.
Good luck with your startup.
Будь ласка, пані Надія Андрусішина.
Надія Андрусішина.
Дякуємо вам дуже за гарну презентацію. Бажаємо успіху.
Your good presentation. I wish you every success.
Пані Неля Косенко.
Now, Неля Косенко.
Дуже гарна презентація. Сподіваємося,
great presentation.
Є
I hope organic agriculture has good prospects in Ukraine, and we will be able to see some positive news about its development in Ukraine.
Пані Ольга Вовк.
Ольга Гоц.
Ви зачепили сьогодні дуже важливу для
You touched
України
upon a
тему,
very
дуже таку
important topic for
контроверсійну
Ukraine.
тему, але
In fact, I
безумовно
would even
дуже
call it a
актуальну. Я
controversial
сподіваюся, що
topic,
ваші дослідження
but
в
very
майбутньому
topical indeed.
для вас
Hopefully,
будуть
your research in the
корисними,
future
що вони
will be
будуть
useful
користуватися попитом
and
також у інших,
it
хто
will be in
займається безпосередньо
great
впровадженням
demand
земельної реформи в Україні.
who is now
Дякуємо вам.
involved in land reform in Ukraine. Thank you.
Так, пані Ангеліна
Okay,
Козіан.
Angelina Kozian,
Дякуємо за гарну
thank you for
презентацію.
your good
Бажаємо вам також
presentation
успіхів. Сподіваємося, що наступного разу ви
and
нам
hope
можете показати
next
вже гарні
time you will be
повільники,
able
які вже відбудовані, і
to
скажете, як
show
гарно в
us
нас розвивається молочна
good
галузь. Дуже дякуємо.
cattle houses. Thank you.
Пане Владислав Супрун. Ну, від вас надзвичайно сподіваємося наступного разу почути про власну ферму, де ви розводите равликів. Сподіваємося, що, можливо, така ніша набуде ще більш широкого поширення в Україні. Дякуємо за підготовлену роботу.
Thank you for your work.
Зараз ми переходимо вже до наших
Now we're
переможців.
moving to our winners, please.
Ми переходимо до наших переможців. І журнал «Агроексперт» до нас доєднається.
And the experts
Для
will join
наших
us. So
переможців
for
ми
our
також
winners, we
передбачили
have also have an opportunity to receive subscription to AgroExpert journal. This is one of the key agrarian journals in Ukraine, and you can use this information. It will be useful for you. So third place, Mr. Kirill Polinichenko. Thank you so much for an interesting presentation. We have to mark a very, very high level of preparation and an interesting presentation. I think this is a very, very good approach when you involve in your surveys your participants. This should definitely help you in the future to get more support in the future next time you have your next event. So good luck to you and thank you for this great opportunity. Now, Miss Anastasia Yanyuk, thank you for an interesting presentation. Thank you for telling us about the conditions of the insurance in Ukraine. I hope it will develop further on in the future. Maybe next time we can talk about agro insurance in animal husbandry. And the first place, of course, Miss Natalia Bilecka. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Thank you for your active participation. And as Mr. Sasse has mentioned, we will be happy to invite you, we hope in the nearest time, to take part in this trip to Germany, field trip to Germany, to learn more about German experience in this sphere. So we have your contact information. We hope that in the nearest future, the borders will be open again and we will be able to travel, and we will soon meet you again. Thank you so much. Now, the winners and everybody, please. Winners first and then everybody else. Let's make a photo, everybody, together. So.
Я ще раз хотіла щиро
I would like again to thank the jury members for your support, for your participation. We really value your support and your opinions, and I think that our winners will also use this in the future. And also I would like to thank the others. As you can see, we have more than jury members all together with us, so because we would like to thank your teams of support or your friends who have joined us now, who've joined us, and have been watching us. So we hope that next year we won't have any lockdown restrictions and we will be able to meet you all physically, maybe in the next event we have. And then our discussion will even be more useful and more active, and you will be able to more actively participate in it. Thank you. And let's make a photo. Thank you to the translators for the work. I think that our translation is over now. Thank you all, and see you tomorrow at our next contest, agro-political debate. Have a good evening, everybody. Goodbye.